king shadow. Morning didn't arrive the way it was supposed to arrive. The sun rose, yes, but the village didn't wake. The doors remained shut longer than usual. Smoke didn't rise from the cooking fires. Even the birds delayed their songs, as if listening for permission. By the time the first villagers stepped outside, the air already felt wrong. Heavy, pressed down. At the center of the village, an old man lay curled beside the well. His eyes were open. His mouth was frozen mid-scream, and his beard, thin, grey, harmless all his life, had turned jet black overnight. Mossy Kilonso stood at the edge of the gathering crowd, while silent. He didn't need to touch his own chin to know what it was doing. It was restless. The elders whispered among themselves. Some even crossed themselves. Others muttered prayers older than churches. Masei Oliboni arrived slowly, leaning on his staff, his face carved into something close to grief. It has begun to walk, he said quietly. No one asked what he meant. They all knew. The dead man hadn't been attacked. There were no wounds, no signs of struggle, only the beard. It had grown thick and full, curling unnaturally against the man's chest, as though it had never belonged to him at all. Mosi felt the whisper then, clearer than before. We borrowed him, and his jaw started tightening. Amani watched from a short distance away, her eyes fixed not on the body, but on Mosi. She could hear it too, not the words, the pressure, the vibration beneath reality. You didn't tell me it could leave you, she said later, when the crowd had scattered and the sun climbed higher. Mosi didn't look at her. It should not, he replied, but it did. Yes. A pause, and now it knows how. They stood near to the river again. The water, unfortunately, still refused to move. Amani folded her arms. It spoke to you, the beard, right? Mosi exhaled slowly. It remembered that night, the shadow returned again, not crawling this time, but walking. It emerged from the edge of the bush as the moon thinned behind clouds, its form solid enough to cast darkness, but light enough to pass through branches without sound. It stood at the center of the village and waited. Doors started creaking open. People stepped outside as if summoned by a dream they could not resist. The shadow raised its head, and it spoke, not aloud, but it spoke into bone and blood and into memory. Every man with a beard felt it first. The pressure at the chin, a tightening, a warmth that didn't belong. Some cried out, some dropped to their knees. One man clawed at his face until skin tore beneath his nails. Inside Mose's hut, the beard pulled sharply, as though trying to tear free. Moses staggered, gripping the edge of the bed. "Stop," he whispered. The shadow turned, and now its glowing eyes were fixed on him. And while doing that, the shadow smiled. "You left us behind." Mossy went outside. The villagers froze when they saw him approach the shadow. Two identical beards there were, one breathing, one burning. "You cannot take them," Mossy Kilonzo said. The shadow tilted its head. "We already did, took them." The beards of three men in the crowd darkened instantly. They screamed as something unfamiliar grew beneath their skin. Thick, heavy, and alive. Amani stepped forward. "You will kill them," she said. The shadow looked at her then. It recoiled, not in fear, but in recognition. "You." The ground vibrated, and the river started finally rippling. The shadow took a step back. "She doesn't belong to you." Mossy felt it then, the truth pressing hard against his chest. "She belongs to herself," he said. The shadow laughed without any sound. village didn't cheer. They watched Mousy with new eyes now. Fear mixed with something worse. Expectation. That night, Messay Oleiboni spoke plainly. The beard has begun to choose again, he said. It is testing the land. And the shadow, Amani asked. The old man closed his eyes. It is what happens when a bearer refuses to die. Mousy stared at the fire. Can it be stopped? Olaiboni hesitated. It can be distracted only. How? The elder looked at Amani. With love, he said softly. Amani stiffened. Love weakens it. Yes, and strengthens it, he added. Later, when the village slept uneasily, Amani sat beside Mousy. Outside his hut, the night insects were cautious with their songs. You should leave, she said. Mousy shook his head. It will follow. She studied his face. Then his beard. It reacted to me, she said. That means something. Yes, he replied, and that terrifies the frick out of me. She reached out, not touching this time, just close enough for warmth. You are not alone, she said. The beard shifted, not violently, and most important, not eagerly. But the beard shifted out of curiosity. From the edge of the village, something watched. Not the shadow. Something older. Something that had been waiting for the beard to remember how to spread. And as Mousy finally allowed himself to close his eyes, the whisper returned. No longer a murmur, but a promise. Next time, we will not ask. This is the end of episode 2. My dear listener, stay with me in a few seconds. Episode 3 will start. I love you so much. Bye bye. The Beard of Kenya, episode 3. Beard crossed of flesh. By the third morning, the village understood one thing clearly. The bear was no longer satisfied with one body. The men who had collapsed the night before woke with Faces that whispered instructions, faces that argued among themselves. When they touched their chins, they felt tenderness, swelling, warmth, hair that hadn't been there the day before. Their wives noticed first, beards growing unevenly, darker than the rest of the hair, coarse and heavy, as if they changed, as if they had aged decades overnight. And sometimes, when the men slept, the beards moved. Mosey Kilonzo didn't need to be told. He felt every growth like a tug at his own flesh, a distant echo of pressure beneath his chin. The original beard reacted to each new one hair, tightening and loosening like a heart struggling to control many limbs. Masayo Leboni confirmed what Mosi already feared. It has begun to spread, the old man said, with his voice low. Not fully, not yet, but it is learning. Amani stood nearby, with her arms folded, watching the affected men from a distance. They aren't possessed, she said. Not completely. Masayo Leboni nodded, and he said, borrowed, like huts used during rain. Mosey stared at his hands. How do we stop it? The elder hesitated. You don't stop a river by shouting at it, he said. You change where it flows. That night, the first death came. A young man named Kamal, barely old enough to shave, collapsed while fetching water. By the time help arrived, his body was already cold. His beard was full, thick, and it was perfect. Too perfect for a boy that had never grown one. When they tried to cut it, the blade snapped in half. The villagers backed away instantly. Someone whispered, "It chose him." The whisper spread faster than fire. Fear hardened into something much more uglier. That's blame. come out, man. Conversations ended abruptly. Doors closed more firmly and more frequently. The beard felt it. It reacted. That night, Mossy dreamed of hands, dozen of them, all reaching for his chin. When he woke up, the beard was damp, not with sweat, but with blood. He staggered outside with his ragged breath, only to find the money awake already, staring at the horizon. You felt it too, she said. Mosey nodded. It crossed flesh, she whispered, not just the shadows this time. They followed the sound of crying to Kamal's family hut. Inside, the boy's mother rocked back and forth, clutching her son's body. His beard twitched faintly with each sob, as though responding to grief. Amani knelt slowly. Don't touch it, Mosey warned. I won't, she said. I just want to listen. She closed her eyes, and in that same moment, her breathing has changed, and the air started thickening. I hear arguments, she said softly. They don't agree. Mosey's heart sank. About what? About who gets to stay. The beard on the boy's face shuddered. A low sound escaped it. Not a voice, not a growl, but something in between. The mother screamed. Bonnie struck the ground with his staff. Enough. The sound stopped instantly. The old man looked exhausted. This is no longer a curse, he said. It's a gathering. That evening, the beards answered each other. It began with a vibration, barely perceptible, a hum that traveled through bone. Men across the village grabbed their chins, as if the beards stiffened. Mosey felt it the strongest. A call, not spoken, but shared. He fell to his knees as memories that weren't his flooded in, wars fought with spears, oaths sworn under stars, women loved and lost, and beneath all that, one emotion dominated: hunger. Amani shouted his name. He barely heard her, because the beards were synchronizing, learning to speak together. At the center of the village, the shadow has emerged again. He didn't come alone. Behind it, faint shapes moved unfinished, flickering, barely held together. Not full spirits, not yet. The shadow raised its head. We are many now. Nosy forced himself to stand. You will destroy them. You offered themselves. They offered themselves. Amani stepped forward. No, she said. They were never asked. The shadow's gaze sharpened. You interfere. I remind, she replied calmly. You forget that bodies resist. The shadow hissed, an ugly sound, full of frustration. One of the newly bearded men screamed as he was pulled forward. His body started to stiffen unnaturally. The beard on his chin thickened, darkened, pulsed. Nosy grabbed him. The contact between them burned. Pain shot through Mosy's nerves as memories collided. His own and others grinding against each other. The man collapsed, unconscious but breathing. The shadow recoiled slightly. It was learning something too. That night, Olivoni made a decision he had avoided for decades. It is time, he said, to tell the truth. They gathered in the elder's hut. Nosy, Amani, and the old man sat in a triangle of firelight and shadow. The beard was never meant to belong to one man, Olivoni said. It was meant to be shared. Mosy's jaw tightened instantly. Shared with the dead? No, the elder replied. Shared with the living. So no ancestor could dominate. Amani's eyes widened. You broke the rule. Olivoni nodded. isolate it, drop it, give it one bearer at a time. Why? Nosy asked. Because love makes ancestors weak, the elder said, and fear makes them obedient. Silence followed at that moment. Outside, the beards murmured softly, like insects before rain. You turned it into a weapon, Amani said quietly. Aleboni bowed his head, and now it wants its original form. Nosy felt something shift beneath his chin. Not anger, not hunger, but recognition. The beard was remembering a time when it belonged to many, and it wanted that time back. As the night deepened, the shadow retreated, but not far. It watched, waited. The village then slept poorly, and beneath that, and beneath the earth, beneath skin and bone, the beards whispered together, planning. This is the end of episode 3. Dear listener, thank you for listening to my content and stay with me. In a few seconds, episode 4 will start. As always, I love you so much. Bye bye. The Beard of Kenya, episode 4. Whispers beneath the skin. The village didn't wake so much as it surfaced. People moved as if emerging from deep water, blinking, cautious, unsure what they might find waiting for them in daylight. Fires were lit late. Children were kept close. Men touched their chins often, as if checking whether something has changed while they slept. Music Alonso remained outside his hut long after the sun rose. The beard hadn't stopped murmuring. It was quieter now, more deliberate, less hunger, more intense. Amani noticed immediately. "You're listening to it," she said, while standing beside him. Nosy didn't deny anything. "It is organizing," he said. She folded her arms, and then she said, "That's worse." "Yes," he responded. They walked together toward the edge of the village, where the bush thickened and the air felt less crowded with fear. vibrations. It responds differently when you are near, Moses said after a while. Amani slowed down. Differently how? It hesitates. She looked at him then, really looked. Or maybe you do. The words landed heavier than she intended. Mosey stopped walking. For a moment, neither of them spoke. The silence stretched, not awkward, but charged, like the space before lightning. You should stay away from me, he said finally. I hear that a lot. Then she replied calmly, usually right before people ask me to do something dangerous. This is different. Why? Because you're afraid. He turned to face her. It's different because it wants you. The peer shifted subtly then, as if it was irritated by his honesty. Amani didn't step back. That's not the same as me wanting it, she said. Before he could respond, a cry rose from the village. They ran straight back. A middle-aged man had collapsed near the cattle enclosure, his body rigid. His eyes rolled back. His beard, new, dark, and still uneven, trembled violently. Mosey knelt beside him, fighting the instinct to touch. Amani closed her eyes. It's too many voices, she said. They are arguing again. The man's chest heaved. A low sound escaped his throat, half sob, half laughter. Mosey felt the pull sharply now. The beard was reaching. He gritted his teeth, resisting. Then Amani opened her eyes suddenly. Let me try something, she said. No, I won't let you, he replied instantly. She ignored him and stepped closer to the man, kneeling opposite Mosey. She didn't touch the beard. She leaned in, lowered her voice. You are not alone, she said softly. You don't need to carry them all. The man then shuddered. The beard twitched, but then stilled slightly. Moses stared at her, stunned. You're calming it, he said. She shook her head in sign of negation. I'm calming him. Their eyes met. Something passed between them. Recognition. misunderstanding, fear, and something else, something warm. That night, Mosey dreamed of her, not as she was, but as she felt, present, steady, luminous in the dark. And when he woke up, the beard was quiet, too quiet. He stepped outside, and there he saw Amani, who was already seated on a stone, watching the stars fade. You felt it, she said. Yes, I did. She hesitated, then spoke more softly. When I spoke to him today, I felt them pull back. Because of you. No, because of what I represent. And what is that you represent? She met his gaze. Attachment. The beard stirred faintly, displeased. That is dangerous, Mosey said. For them, she corrected. Silence settled again. This silence felt intimate. I don't think you realize what you're asking, he said quietly. The closer you get, the more it will test you. It punishes weakness. Is that what this is? She asked. Weakness? He looked away. Yes, that it is. She stood up, stepped closer. Close enough now that he could smell the faint smoke of her clothes, the warmth of her skin. I don't feel weak, she said. I feel chosen. The beard twitched sharply, and then Mosey flinched. That word, he said, that word never ends well. That word, he said, that word never ends well. Neither does isolation, she replied. Without asking, she reached up, not to the beard, but to his wrist. Her fingers wrapped around it gently. The contact sent a shock through him. Not pain, relief. The beard reacted instantly, tightening, then loosening, like something confused by conflicting commands. Amani felt it too. Her breath was caught up. They don't like this, she whispered. No, he replied. Then, good. You should have pulled away, but he didn't. whisper returned, sharper, angrier. She is not yours, Mosey gasped, pulling his hand back. Amani staggered slightly, pressing a hand to her chest. You heard that too, correct? She asked. Yes, his reply. Fear flickered across her face for the first time. They're jealous. Then she realized. That night, the beards throughout the village grew restless. Men woke up clawing at their chins, their hearts racing and their breath shallow. Dreams were interrupted by the same image. A man and a woman standing too close. The shadow appeared again near midnight. He didn't walk. It waited. Mosey felt it instantly. He stepped outside, drawn by pressure rather than sound. Amani followed him. The shadow stood beneath the fig tree. Its form was more solid now, and its eyes were brighter. You endanger the balance, it said. She reminds them they were once human, Amani replied. The shadow's gaze fixed on her. You tempt them with forgetting. I remind them why they lived, she said evenly. The ground vibrated. Mosey felt the beard strain, pulled between two forces. You will choose, the shadow told him. Mosey stepped forward, placing himself in front of Amani. I already have. The shadow recoiled. Not fully, but enough. That was new. It faded slowly, dissolving into the dark. The village exhaled. Later, as the dawn crept in, Mosey and Amani sat side by side, shoulders nearly touching. You can protect me, you know, she said. I know, his reply. She turned to him. But you're gonna try. Yes, I am going to. The beard murmured softly. Not approval, not anger. Something close to curiosity. And beneath the earth, among ancestors who had never expected to feel longing again, a dangerous realization spread. Love wasn't weakening the bearer, it was changing. seconds, episode 5 will start. As always, I love you so much. Bye bye. The Beard of Kenya, episode 5. The village without the sleep. The village didn't sleep at all. Night came, but the rest didn't follow. Lamps burned until their oil ran dry. Dogs refused to lie down. Even the insects seemed unsure when to sing, their rhythms breaking apart like confused memories. Men clutched their beards as if they were foreign objects stitched to their faces. Some whispered apologies to them. Others begged. Nosy stood in the center of the village long after midnight, feeling the pressure build beneath his skin. The beard no longer murmured. It pulsed. Each pulse arrived with a fragment of thought that wasn't his. Faces without names, emotions without bodies, anger, fear, and most importantly, something colder. Amani watched him from a distance, with her arms wrapped around herself, despite the enormous heat. Every instinct told her she should leave, that she had already crossed too many invisible lines. But something else, something stronger than instinct, kept her rooted. When the first scream came, it split the night clean open. A positioned himself between them instinctively. "Enough," he said aloud, though he didn't know who he was addressing. The young man collapsed, unconscious. The elders gathered before dawn. Their faces were hollow now, their authority worn thin by fear they could no longer name. "This has gone beyond the village," one of them say. "We sent word." Moses stiffened. "To whom?" "To Nairobi." The word carried weight, distance, modernity, and unbelief. "They won't understand," Amani said quietly. "They may be safer, that may be safer than believing," another elder replied. By mid-morning, a government vehicle arrived, with its tires cutting new scars into old earth. The two officials stepped out. One wore the practiced neutrality of bureaucracy. The other, Dr. Njeri Mwangi, didn't bother hiding her fascination. She stared openly at Moses' beard. "Remarkable," she murmured. "It matches none of the documented cases." "This is not a case," an elder snapped. "This is a reckoning." Dr. Mwangi smiled thinly. "Everything is a case when it reaches Nairobi." That night, Amani couldn't remain in her hut. The air pressed too close. The thoughts that were not hers brushed against her mind when she closed her eyes. She found Mosey near the river. He was standing knee-deep in water, eyes closed and jaw clenched. "They won't stop," he said without opening his eyes. "They're afraid," she replied. "You've changed something." "I don't know how to stop it." She stepped closer, and the water was soaking her clothes. "Look at me." He obeyed. The pull between them was no longer subtle. It was sharp, aching, and dangerous. "If I touch you," he said hoarsely, "they will punish us both." She reached for him anyway. Her palm pressed flat against his chest. The beard surged violently, burning hot, and then, suddenly, terrifyingly quiet. "This is wrong," he whispered. "Yes," she replied, "but it's real." And their foreheads touched, but the kiss didn't happen. Instead, the earth screamed, the river surged unnaturally high, throwing them apart. Voices roared from beneath the ground, furious now, unified. She must be removed. Amani fell to her knees, gasping. Nosy felt pain explode through his face as the beard tightened, roots digging deep into the flesh. From the shadows, the shape emerged again, larger, clearer, almost human now. Love was never part of the agreement, it said. At the village, Dr. Mwangi woke up. At the village, Dr. Mwangi woke up suddenly, heart racing, her mouth tasting of soil. Her notes from the day before were covered in new writing, names she didn't recognize, dates that hadn't yet happened, and one sentence written all over and over again, tearing the paper thin. She cannot stay. As the dawn broke, the village stood at the edge of something irreversible. The ancestors were no longer whispering, they were demanding. And love, once a quiet defiance, had become an act of war. This is the end of episode 5. Dear listener, thank you for enjoying with my content, and in a few seconds episode 6 will start. And as always, I love you so much. Bye bye. The Beard of Kenya, episode 6. She was remembered. Morning arrived without mercy. The light revealed what the night had damaged. Men walked stiffly, as though their joints no longer belonged to them. Beards that had once grown naturally now sat on faces like masks, too thick, too symmetrical, and too deliberate. Some had braided themselves during sleep, others bled quietly at the roots. Amani didn't leave her hut. She sat on the floor, knees drawn close, palms flat against the earth. Her breath came shallow, measured, as though the air itself were watching her. She could still feel Nosy's warmth on her skin, not was worse. Across the village, Nosy stood before the elders, with his posture rigid. His eyes were like hollowed by exhaustion. "They want our gone," the oldest elder said. "They're no longer subtle." Nosy said nothing. "But they're promising protection," another elder said. "They say if we give her to them, the village will be spared." A muscle in Mosy's jaw twitched. "And if we don't?" he asked. The elder hesitated. "Then they will take what they want." Dr. Jerry Mwangi watched the exchange carefully. Her tablet was glowing softly in the shade. Sensors she had placed around the village hummed quietly, recording fluctuations that no one else could see. "These patterns," she said, turning the screen towards the elders, "they are not random. Something is coordinating them. They always have." The elders replied. "You simply gave it a language that your machines understand." By midday, a second vehicle arrived from Nairobi. This one didn't pretend to be curious. Men in plain clothes unloaded equipment, portable containment units, medical restraints, insulated gloves. Amani felt it before anyone told her. They were coming for her. Nosy found her as she stood to leave the hut, with her movements calm and deliberate. "You can't," he said. "I want to run," she replied. They will take you then." "Yes." The beard stirred violently, reacting to the certainty in her voice. "If they take you," he said with his voice breaking, "I won't survive it." She stepped closer. "For the first time since this began," she said. She smiled sadly. "You already aren't," she said gently. "You are becoming something else." He reached for her then, fully this time, his hands gripping her arms, grounding himself in her physicality, her warmth. The beard screamed. The pain ripped through his face as the voices surged, furious and desperate. Amani gasped, clutching him as he staggered. "Listen to stood rigid, unable to move. The beer was tightening painfully, as if anchoring him in place. "I'm still here," she said softly through the barrier. He pressed his palm against the glass. "I will come for you." She nodded. "I know." That night, the ancestors abandoned restraint. Men across the village fell where they stood. Their bodies started stiffening, eyes glazing on something older took a hold. Voices spoke through mouths unaccustomed to them, with the accent wrong and the movement jerky. Possession was no longer rare. It was organized. Nosy collapsed near the fire pit, clutching his head as the beard burned, rooted deeper than ever. "She must be forgotten," the voices demanded, "or you will be erased." Images flooded his mind, lives he hadn't lived, wars he hadn't fought, loves that had ended centuries ago. They tried to drown her out, but memory, once again, doesn't fade easily. In the containment unit, Amani screamed, not in pain, but in recognition. Something had entered the barrier, not fully, and not yet. She felt it pressing against her mind, testing, learning. "They remember me," she whispered. Dr. Mwangi stood frozen outside the unit, with her instruments spiraling out of control. "This isn't supposed to happen," she murmured. The earth shook. Mosey rose unsteadily, his eyes glowing faintly in the firelight. For the first time, he didn't fight the voices. He shaped them. "Not her," he said aloud. The ancestors hesitated. That had never happened before. Love hadn't just defied them, it had spoken their language. And somewhere deep beneath the village, something ancient shifted, uncertain for the first time in generations. The war has begun. Dear listener, this is the end of episode 6. Thank you so much for listening to my content. In a few seconds, Episode 7 will start. As always, thank you again, and I love you. Bye bye. The Beard of Kenya, Episode 7. River held breath. The first possession didn't announce itself. It slipped in quietly, like a memory returning without permission. A man named Otieno rose from his mat just before dawn, with his body moving with a confidence it had never known. His spine straightened, his gait shifted, his eyes sharpened, not with awareness, but with a recognition. He didn't walk into the river. Well, he walked into the river, and he didn't drown. By sunrise, they were 12 like him. They stood scattered across the villages, with their faces calm, their mouths murmuring languages that hadn't been spoken aloud for centuries. Their beards moved independently now, braiding, tightening, and loosening, as though adjusting themselves to unfamiliar hosts. The elders tried to speak to them. None answered. Nosy watched from the edge of the clearing, his breath shallow. Every nerve was screaming. The beard was no longer something he wore. It had become structural. He could feel it beneath his skin, threaded into muscle, wrapped around bone. When he touched his face, it was no longer hair beneath his fingers. It was pressure, resistance, intent. Dr. Jerry Mwangi's equipment failed one by one. The screens flickered, sensors shattered, the containment grid around Amani's unit pulsed violently, lines of light warping like strained sinew. This shouldn't be possible, she whispered, but she was wrong. The thing that shouldn't be possible was inevitable. Inside the unit, Amani collapsed to her knees. The moment the ancestors broke fully into the living, the barrier between the memory and the flesh had dissolved. She felt it open like a door she never realized it was locked. And suddenly, she was not in the unit. She was standing in firelight that didn't burn. stood among hundreds, no, thousands of figures, all layered over one another, translucent and solid at once. Ancestors, not as spirits, as memories. She gasped, clutching her chest. In that moment, they turned toward her in unison. You again, they said, not aloud, but everywhere. I didn't come to challenge you, she said, her voice steady, despite the terror flooding her body. I came because you pulled me. You do not belong here, he said. Neither do you, she replied softly. Not like this. Their attention sharpened. Across the village, Mosey screamed. The scream tore free from his chest as the beard tightened violently, the roots driving deeper, restructuring him from the inside out. His bones started shifting, not breaking, rearranging. His jaw widened slightly. His posture changed, and his breathing slowed unnaturally. Men backed away in horror. He dropped to her knees. He dropped to his knees with his hands digging into dirt. This is permanent, he whispered through clenched teeth. The ancestor searched through him fully now. Not possession, not but integration. He was becoming a vessel that couldn't be emptied. The elders fled. The Nairobi team tried to retreat. Then the road out of the village started buckling like wet clay. The vehicles stalled and the electronics went dead. Dr. Mwangi stood frozen as the possessed man turned towards her. One spoke through Otieno's mouth, a voice layered and resonant. You named us Data. Another spoke through a younger man. You tried to measure grief. A third smiled. You built cages for memory. Dr. Mwangi fell to her knees. I didn't understand, she said. The ancestors didn't care. Control, pulsing as she re-entered herself, gasping, eyes glowing faintly. Mosey felt her return like a knife and a bomb at once. She staggered free, collapsing as he reached her. He got her. For the first time, the beard didn't resist. It leaned toward her. She clutched his shirt, trembling. "They are afraid," she whispered hoarsely. "Not of you, of what you could become." His voice was no longer entirely on his own. "What am I becoming?" She looked at him with tears streaking her face. Someone who remembers love when they don't. The ancestors roared. The ground split open near the riverbank, water surging upwards unnaturally, covering it as if gravity itself hesitated. Mosey stood slowly. Amani was still in his arms. His shadow no longer matched his movements. The ancestors spoke through him. Now, but differently. Not united. Arguing. Divided. The love had fractured all of them, and the fractures were spreading. As the village finally, as the river finally crashed back into its bed, one truth settled over the village like ash. This was no longer about containment or tradition or survival. This was about transformation, and nothing human or ancestral would emerge unchanged. Dear listener, this is the end of episode 7. Thank you so much for being with me, and I hope you're gonna find it interesting, my video, and you're gonna hear it until the end. As of now, in a few seconds, episode 8 will start. I love you so much. Bye bye. The Beard of Kenya, episode 8. The Ancestor. The ancestors were men. By the third day, no one called Mosey by his name. They whispered it at first, then stopped altogether. The children were pulled indoors. When he walked past, women lowered their eyes. Men stepped aside without being asked, their beards tightening as if didn't command them. That frightened them more. Moses stood at the center of the village like a fixed point, around which everything else was bent. His presence distorted space subtly, the air heavier near him, the ground faintly warm beneath his feet. When he breathed, the beard moved not with his chest, but with something deeper, an internal rhythm older than pulse. The elders avoided him. They had no language for what he had become. Amani watched it from the threshold of her hut, afraid to move too far in any direction. Her body was here. Her mind was not entirely. Sometimes she blinked and found herself elsewhere, standing in fields that no longer existed, hearing drums beaten by hands, long turned to bone. The ancestors hadn't released her. They had marked her. She felt them tug at her thoughts, rearranging memory, replacing moments with others that were not hers. When she spoke, sometimes her voice carries an echo. Mosey noticed. "You're sleeping," he said quietly. She smiled, but it didn't reach her eyes. "They are teaching me." "That's not teaching," he replied. "That's possession." "No," she said. "That's inheritance." That night, the ancestors began to fight. It started subtly. Possessed men hesitating mid-movement, expressions flickering as if multiple commands arrived at once. One fell screaming, clutching his beard as it twisted alone, violently pulling his head into an unnatural angle. Two voices emerged from his mouth, arguing. One demanded expansion, another demanded restraint. They tore him apart from the inside. Mosey felt it like a blade dragged across his spine. He staggered, dropping to one knee as the beard flared hot. The voices were crashing into one another inside him. "She weakens us. She reminds us. We were betrayed. We were loved. fists striking with inhuman strength. The beards lashed like living things, wrapping around the wrists, throats, and jaws. Blood soaked into the soil. Amani screamed as she felt it echo inside her own skull. She collapsed, convulsing. Her eyes were rolled back. Nosy caught her before she hit the ground. Her voice changed after that. You cannot keep her. You cannot keep her, it said through her mouth. She belongs to memory now. Moses' grip tightened. No, he said, with his voice resonant, layered, and terrible. She belongs to herself. The ancestors recoiled. Not all. Some surged forward violently. At the edge of the village, a lone motorbike appeared. The first outsider brave or foolish enough to ignore the warnings spreading through the region. The rider slowed, confused by the silence, by the figurines standing too still. He did not have time to turn around. The ground beneath his wheels already was cracked open. Roots, thick, black, unnatural bursts upwards, wrapping around his bike, his legs, his chest. His scream cut off abruptly. The earth closed. The first death beyond the village. The ancestors felt it and rejoiced. Amani screamed again, this time in grief. You killed him, she whispered hoarsely. He didn't know. He was unnecessary, the voices replied. Mosey stood slowly, lifting her with him. His shadow stretched unnaturally long, branching into multiple shapes behind me. No more, he said. The village froze. Even the ancestors hesitated. You want the vessel, he continued. You made me one. shaping them. Amani clutched her shoulders. Amani clutched his shoulders, grounding him with what little of herself remained intact. "Don't lose me," she whispered. He pressed his forehead to hers. "I won't let them take you." "But they already have," she replied softly. Her eyes glowed faintly. "Not possession. Connection." The ancestors watched. Some recoiled in fear. Others learned. Others leaned closer in hunger. For the first time since their return, they faced something they had not anticipated. A bearer who could refuse. A woman who could remember without obeying. And a love that fractured even the dead. The night ended without resolution. Only tension. Only fracture. Only the certainty that the beard was no longer a tool of the ancestors alone. It was becoming something else. Something dangerous. Something human. And something ancient. Was afraid. This is the end of episode 8. Dear listener, thank you for listening to my story. In a few moments, episode 9 will start. As of now, thank you so much, and I love you. Bye bye. The Beard of Kenya, episode 9. Names meant nothing. By the fourth morning, the village no longer belonged to itself. People from neighboring settlements arrived quietly at first, drawn by rumor, fear, and something harder to name. They came on foot, on motorbikes, in battered trucks. Some brought offerings, others brought questions, but all brought beards. They stood at a distance, with their eyes fixed on the center of the village, where Nosy sat beneath the fig tree, unmoving. No one told them to kneel, but they did it anyway. Nosy didn't look at them. He felt the pull of their attention, like a tide pressing against his ribs. The beard responded eagerly. The strands were tightening, loosening, tasting the air heavy with expectations. The worship was forming slowly by slowly, uninvited, uncontrolled. I tell them to leave. whispered from behind him. Her voice sounded thinner, more stretched, as if passing through many layers before reaching the air. Mosey turned. She stood upright, but something was wrong. Her eyes struggled to focus. Her gaze was slipping past him as if pulled towards other horizons. "Say my name," he said quietly. She hesitated a little. "I know it," her reply. "I just can't find it where it starts." Fear clawed through him. The ancestors stirred, restless, curious. She's becoming many, they murmured. She's remembering. "No," Mosey said aloud. "You are erasing her." The voices laughed, fractured, overlapping. "Names are small things." Before he could respond, an elder from a neighboring village stepped forward, pressing his forehead to the dirt. "Speak," the man said reverently. "Tell us what you want." Mosey rose on his feet. The movement rippled outwards, beards across the gathering tightened in unison. "I want you to stand," he said. They did not. Something inside him snapped. "Stand," he repeated, his voice layered now, his own and something far older, resonating through bone and soil. They stood instantly, gasping, frightened by their obedience. Amani recoiled. "You can't do that," she whispered. "That's how it starts." "I didn't ask for this," Mosey replied, his anguish bleeding through his power. "They are forcing it on me." "Then break them," one ancestral voice urged. "Use them." All of the others hissed in opposition. "He corrupts the old ways. He loves." The war beneath his skin erupted. Across the village, possessed men turned on one another again, this time with purpose. One group moved to protect Mosey, forming a silent ring around him. Another advanced, eyes burning, mouths chanting in dead languages. ancestors were no longer arguing, but they were choosing sides. Amani collapsed to her knees, clutching her head. Images flooded her mind. Images of birds, images of deaths, images of betrayals, images of marriages and wars, lives stacked upon lives, until her own memories began to blur at the edges. She saw herself as a child, and then as someone else entirely. Her hands started trembling. "Please," she whispered, unsure of who she was begging. Nosy felt her slipping away. He turned his back on the kneeling crowd and rushed to her, dropping beside her, cradling her face. "Stay with me," he pleaded. "Stay, you." Her eyes met his in the stage of flickering. "I remember loving you," she said slowly, "but I don't remember why that mattered." Pain tore through him sharper than any ancestral fury. In the distance, sirens wailed. National anthem had finally arrived. Military vehicles lined the far roads, with their presence heavy and foreign. News drones hovered, recording everything. The kneeling crowd, the fighting men, the figure at the center with the living beard. Orders crackled through radios. Containment, neutralization. The first warning shot rang out. The bullet never reached the village. The ground rose to meet it, swallowing the metal hull. Gasps rippled through the soldiers. But Nosy stood away slowly, with the money still clutched against him. "Enough," he said, "not to the army, not to the villagers, but to the ancestors, tearing the world apart." Some obeyed, others screamed in defiance. "You would side with the living over us." "I would side with choice," he replied. The beer burned white hot. For the first time, Nosy screamed, not in pain, But in a fury, the power surged outward in a wave, knocking men flat, sharing equipment, silencing drones midair as they dropped lifelessly to the ground. The army retreated in chaos. The broadcasts were cut abruptly across the nation. Screens went dark for 3 full seconds, long enough. Amani clung to him weakly. "I am fading," she whispered. "They're too loud." Nosy pressed her forehead to hers. Tears were streaking down through the beard. "Listen to me," he said fiercely. "Not them." He spoke her name again and again. Each time the ancestor shrieked as if burned. Some fled her mind entirely. Others clung desperately. She gasped, sobbing, identity snapping painfully back into place. "I'm here," she started crying. "I'm still here." The war didn't stop, but it changed. The ancestors had learned something irreversible. They could be defied, and the living had learned something worse. Gods could love. As night fell over the village, now known across the country by whispered name alone, one truth settled like ash over everything. The beard was no longer a curse, nor a blessing. It was a reckoning, and it had chosen a side. This is the end of episode 9, dear listener. Stay with me. In a couple of seconds, episode 10 will start. As all, The Beard of Kenya, episode 10. The city saw the darkness. The announcement came without ceremony. A crackling radio broadcast, hurried and stripped out of poetry. The individual known as Mosi Kilonzo is hereby classified as a national level existential threat. All civilian movement within a 50-kilometer radius is prohibited. Little response is authorized. The words spread faster than fear. By sunset, belief itself had begun to fracture. Some villages wept. Others knelt harder. A few laughed. hysterical and hollow, because naming something had always been humanity's way of pretending that it could be controlled. Mosey listened without expression as the radio went dead. "They're afraid," Amani said quietly. "Yes," he replied. "So am I." His reflection in a shattered mirror barely resembled the man he had been. The beard had thickened again, this time darker, threaded with pale strands that glimmered faintly even in shadow. His eyes carried that didn't belong. His eyes carried depth that didn't belong to one lifetime. Children no longer cried near him. They stared. The elders gathered at distance, uncertain whether he was still subject to tradition, or whether the tradition now did bend around him. That night, the ancestors made their move. They did not whisper, they sang. A low vibration rose from earth, felt in the bone before sound. Fires turned blue. The air thickened, heavy with the weight of attention. Possessed men across the village walked in precise formation towards the river, with their movements synchronized and ceremonial. This was no longer conflict, it was preparation. A ritual older than the language. A ritual older than language had begun. Amani felt it instantly. Her knees buckled as memory surged violently back into her mind. Not just visions, but instructions. She saw to stone, long buried, circles within circles, names worn smooth by time. The ritual space awakened across the nation. Belief began to fail. Churches closed their doors. Mosques emptied. Universities shut down mid-lecture as students fled cities. After footage leaked, unofficial clips showing men with living beards stopping bullets and bending earth. Faith in systems crumbled. Faith in reason followed. Only fear remained consistent. Amani stepped toward the ritual ground. Mousy grabbed her wrist, with panic breaking through the layers of power. If you do this, he said, with his voice raw as it can be, you will not come back the same. She met his gaze steadily. I already happened. The ancestors gathered. Divided they were, but they did unite in purpose now. Even those who hated what Mosey represented understood the necessity of containment. This was their last chance. Mosey felt the full weight of them press inward, trying to force his compliance. He roared, not in pain, but in defiance, pushing back with everything he was, everything he had been. The earth shook violently. All the trees started uprooting. The river surged upwards again, hovering and waiting. Amani stepped into the circle. The symbols ignited. Stop, Mosey pleaded Amani. She turned to Mosey with tears streaking down her face. If I don't choose this, she said softly, they will choose it for me. Or worse, they will use someone else. This ritual demanded blood. Not much, just enough. She cut her palm. The earth drank eagerly. The ancestor surged forward, chanting through hundreds of mouths. Mosey felt something inside him tear, not break, but stretch beyond endurance. This was the moment. Submission or annihilation, love or dominion. his choice. Mosey stepped into the circle with her. The ancestors screamed. This had never been allowed. You want a sacrifice? He thundered, with his voice echoing unnaturally. Then take us together. Power detonated outward. The ritual shattered. The symbols started cracking. The river collapsed back into itself with deafening roar. The ancestors were flung backwards, some dissipating entirely, others splintering, screaming into the dark. Amani collapsed into his arms, unconscious but alive. The beard burned, then settled again. It changed, just quieter change, not gone fully, but listening from a short distance. Far away, military command centers lost power simultaneously. Satellites blinked online. Satellites blinked offline. For 7 minutes, the nation went dark. When light returned, belief hadn't. People would argue for generations what they had witnessed. God or demon, myth or a weapon. Only those in the village knew the truth. It was love that broke the ritual, and love that made the reckoning permanent. As dawn crept in, Moses sat beside Amani, holding her hand, unsure what tomorrow would demand of them. The ancestors were wounded. The state was terrified. The faith was fractured, and the beard no longer fully theirs. No longer fully his. Waited, because reckoning, once begun, it doesn't end. It only learns new shapes. This is the end of episode 10. Thank you, dear listener, and stay with me in a few seconds. Episode 11 will start. As always, thank you again, and I love you so much. Bye bye. The Beard of Kenya, episode 11. The mirrors turned away. The blackout didn't end when the power returned. It lingered. Across the world, 7 minutes of silence became 7 minutes of fear, replayed endlessly. Screen froze on distorted images. Air stabilizing. Hospital switched to manual systems. Stock markets halted mid-breath. And everywhere, the same question resurfaced again and again. What turned the world off? Governments denied certainty. Scientists denied explanation. Religious leaders argued among themselves, some declaring revelation, others blasphemy. But in a small village by a restless river, the druid breathed quietly beside a sleeping woman. Money didn't wake the way people usually did. Her eyes opened without movement. Her gaze sharpened before her body followed. When she was finally inhaled, it was slow and deliberate, as if she were choosing air over something else. Nosy was awake instantly. "You're here," he said. She looked at him. "I am more," she replied softly. The words were not prideful. They were factual. He helped her sit. Her skin was warm, but not entirely. Beneath it, something pulsed, a rhythm not her own, yet no longer foreign. "What do you remember?" he asked. She frowned slightly. "Too much," she whispered, "and not alone." When she touched his beard, it did not recoil. It responded. The contact sent a ripple through both of them. Memory unlocking memory. The origin didn't arrive gently. It tore open. Amani gasped. Her eyes were flooded with images not meant for any living mind. She saw the first bearer, not a king, not a shaman, a man who refused to forget. Long before borders, before names hardened into tribes, there had been a famine, a forgetting, a deliberate erasure of those who died violently, too inconveniently, too far from ritual. One man refused that silence. He carried the dead in his memory so fiercely that it changed him. His hair grew where grief rooted itself. The beard was not summoned. It formed. The ancestors didn't create it. was meant to remember. Amani screamed as the vision ended. Nosy held her as she was shaking, with tears soaking into his chest. They lied, she whispered, to themselves, to everyone. The ancestors had rewritten their own myth. Meanwhile, far from the village, the state decided. Emergency powers were invoked. Intelligence briefings turned frantic. The name Mosik Alonso appeared in red across secure screens. Containment was deemed impossible. Neutralization became policy. Orders were prepared, but execution required proximity, and proximity terrified them. An emissary was sent instead, not a soldier, a priest. He arrived quietly, with his eyes hollow with conviction, carrying a message wrapped in mercy. Leave, he told Mosey. Disappear. If you don't, they will make you a martyr. And martyrs multiply. Mosey listened in silence. Amani spoke instead. If he leaves, she said, it won't end. The priest looked at her sharply. You shouldn't exist, he said. She smiled faintly. Neither should truth, she replied to him. But yet, here we are. That night, the ancestors stirred uneasily. They felt the truth spreading, not through worship, but through doubt, through disbelief. People were no longer sure what to fear. God, government, or memory. The beard trembled, not in anger, but in a grief. It had never wanted this. Mosey stood at the river's edge, staring into water that reflected too many faces. If I stay, he said quickly, they will come. And if you go, Amani asked, they will follow. She reached for his hand. Then, don't go alone, she said. He turned to her. You're not fully human anymore, he said gently. She met his gaze without flinching. Neither are you, ancestors watched. Some whispered remorse, other hardened. If he leaves, one voice said, we lose him. If he stays, another replied, we lose everything. For the first time, the dead were uncertain. Nosy stepped back from the river. I won't let them see me as an ending, he said, or a beginning. Amani then nodded. Then we do something else. As the dawn rose, word spread quietly. The bearer was leaving, not in exile, but in refusal. Across the world, belief cracked again, not because something divine had appeared, but because something human had refused to be controlled. The bearer didn't resist. It settled, listening, remembering, because the truth of its origin had finally been spoken. And once the memory is freed, it doesn't return to silence. This is the end of episode 11. Thank you for listening to my content, and in a few seconds, episode 12 is about to come. As always, I love you so much. Bye bye. The Beard of Kenya, episode 12. Spirit in Waiting. They left before sunrise. No farewells were spoken. None were needed. The village didn't watch them go, whether from fear, respect, or exhaustion. No one could later agree. Nosy walked first, barefoot, the beard wrapped loosely against his chest, as if it tried to make itself smaller. Amani followed, carrying nothing but water and the weight of what she could not forget. Behind them, the river whispered. Ahead of them, the land waited. here or vessel, but as an archive. She walked corridors made of breath and bone, shelves stocked with lives. Some reached for her as she passed, others turned away, ashamed. When she woke up, her hands were shaking. "They're looking for it," she whispered one night, staring into the dark. Nosy knew who they were. The ancestors had realized something unforgivable. The beard didn't belong to them. It never had. It had been stolen by grief, occupied by fear, mistaken for authority, and now, unmoored from obedience, it was sleeping beyond their reach. They hunted the origin, not to understand it, but to erase it. The first sign came in the hills. They found a village abandoned midlife, fires cold, pots overturned, footprints circling inward, then stopping abruptly. No blood, no bodies, only beards, cut, piled neatly at the center like offerings made in panic. Amani staggered back, hand to her mouth. "They took them," she whispered. Nosy knelt, touching one of the severed beards. The beard on his own face shuddered violently in response. "They are pruning," he said grimly, removing traces. That night, the ancestors came. Close, not as possession, but as pressure. The air started thickening. The fire refused to burn steadily. Voices crowded the edge of a thought, probing, searching. "You cannot outrun us." Nosy didn't answer, but Amani did. "You can't undo memory," she said calmly. "You can only scar it." Then, briefly, silence followed. After the silence, the rage came in. Far away, too far for Nosy to sense directly. A young man woke up screaming in a coastal city. His beard had grown overnight. Not thick, not wild, but precise. It itched where grief had settled, his mother's death, unmarked, unremembered, processed too quickly by a system that didn't pause for a ritual. When he touched his face, the mirror rippled. He stepped back in terror. Something ancient was watching him. Something curious. The second bearer didn't know his name yet. Back on the road, Amani slowed down. Her steps faltered. Her gaze drifted. Nosy got up. Nosy got her before she fell. What's happening? He asked, with fear tightening his chest. She leaned into him, exhausted. I remember too much, she admitted. Every mile we walk, I lose something small. A song, a smell, a version of myself. He held her tighter. They're trading, he realized. Memory for presence. And love? She asked softly. He did not answer. That night, she forgot the sound of his laugh. She noticed only because she tried to remember it. Panic set in slowly. Nosy, she said, with her voice trembling. If I forget why I love you, you won't. He interrupted her fiercely. But the beard then stirred uneasily. It knew the cost. Love, when stretched across centuries, it started to get thinner. To remember everything was to lose the shape of what mattered. The ancestors closed in days later, manifesting not through bodies, but through absence. Birds fled the sky. Insects fell silent. Even the wind hesitated. Amani stood suddenly upright, with her eyes feeling distant. They are rewriting, she said, erasing the first bearer. If they succeed, the beard convulsed violently. Moss started to cry, collapsing to his knees. A vision tore through him, not memory, but possibility. A world where grief vanished instantly, where nothing lingered long enough to hurt, where love faded before it could wound. A perfect silence. No, he growled. For comes down to this, he said hoarsely. You must choose yourself, not me, not memory. She looked at him for a long time. Then she shook her head. I already did, she said quietly. He reached up and pressed her forehead to his. For a brief moment, memory stilled. Not expanded, focused. Love anchored itself not as history, but as presence. The ancestors recoiled sharply. They couldn't touch that. Far away, the new bearer screamed as the beard finished forming. 2 points of origin now pulsed across the land, not connected, not opposed, but waiting. Mosey felt it and froze. There's another, he whispered. Amani nodded quickly to that. Amani nodded weakly to that. And they'll go for him, she said. Or her. Or whoever comes next. The road stretched endlessly before them. Exile was no longer escape. It was responsibility. Behind them, the ancestors hunted erasure. Ahead of them, the memory was awakening again. And between it all, love strained, fragile, defiant, ghostly. As dawn broke over unfamiliar land, Mosey and Amani kept walking, not toward safety, towards meaning. Because once memory chooses to walk, it doesn't stop. It only asks, who will carry it next? This is the end of episode 12. Dear listener, thank you for enjoying with my content, and I hope I will see you in the next episode, which by the way starts in a few seconds. Stay with me, and I love you so much. Bye bye. The Beard of Kenya, episode 13. Salt-winded woman. The wind changed near the coast. It carried salt, sharp and restless, scraping against the skin as if trying to remove something delicate. Mosey felt it before he saw the water. The beard reacted too, tightening slightly, not in alarm, but in recognition. They had reached a boundary older than roads. The ocean still at the crest of the final hill, staring at the horizon, where sky dissolved into silver blue vastness. Her posture was calm, but inside her, memory churned violently. The closer they came to the water, the more unstable her thoughts became. Layers of remembrance peeling away unevenly. "I've never seen it before," she said quietly. Nosy watched her profile, memorizing it with an urgency he didn't name. "It remembers everything," he replied, "and forgets nothing." She smiled faintly. "Then it will like me." They descended into the coastal settlement slowly. Fishing nets were hung, drying like ghosts. Boats rested on sand, their hulls scarred by years of return. People watched them without curiosity, only caution. Word traveled faster now, of beards that moved, of memory that punished. No one asked their names. That night, Amani didn't sleep. She walked alone to the shore, barefoot. The tide was licking at her ankles. The moon was high, fractured by thin clouds. She knelt, pressing her palm into wet sand, breathing deeply. And the ocean answered, not with sound, but with a presence. A shape arose where the waves folded inward, tall, indistinct, its outline formed of mist and moonlight. Hair streamed like kelp. Its face shifted constantly, never settling long enough to become familiar. The salt-winded woman had no single form. She was the arrival. "You carry too much," the figure said, with the voice layered with surf and distance. Amani didn't run. "I didn't choose it," she replied. "No one ever does." The wind whipped harder, stinging her eyes. "You stand between memory and forgetting," the woman continued. "That is a dangerous place to be." Amani lifted her chin. "It's the only place that still feels honest." The figure regarded her in silence. Behind the dunes, Mosey woke up with a gasp. The beard This is the vessel, she murmured. He's smaller than I imagined. Mosey felt the weight of her attention like a hand around his throat. What do you want? He demanded. The woman laughed softly. Nothing. That's the problem. She turned back to Amani. You are fraying, she said softly. Soon, love will be a memory you recognize but no longer feel. Mosey stepped forward. Don't listen to her. Amani's eyes filled with tears. I can already feel it happening, she admitted. Sometimes I look at him and know that he matters. But the feeling arrives late, like an echo. The ocean surged again. Waves started circling them. I can help you, the salt-winded woman said. I can anchor you, bind your memory to the tides. But there will be a cost. Mosey felt dread coil in his stomach. What's the cost? You will no longer belong only to yourself, the woman replied. You will belong to the remembering. Amani closed her eyes. Before Mosey could stop her, she stepped closer to the water. No, he said, with panic breaking through his voice. If you do this, I will stay, she finished softly, in some form. The beard started screaming. Then the ancestors erupted inside Mosey's mind. They were furious. They were terrified. She must not bind elsewhere. She must remain ours. Mosey staggered, clutching his head. Get out, he roared. She's not yours. The south-winded woman watched the struggle with quiet interest. Ah, she said, so the dead have followed you even here. She raised her hand. The voices recoiled instantly. The ocean doesn't have answer to the bones. Then Amani turned back to Mosey, with her face wet with tears and sea spray. I'm scared, she admitted, but I'm more afraid of disappearing while standing next to you. He grabbed her hands, pressing his forehead to hers. I will remember you both. I will remember for both of us, he whispered fiercely. salt-winded woman stepped back slowly, with her form dissolving into the mist. "Not yet," she said, "but the tide will return. The waves have settled. The wind has softened." Amani collapsed into Mosy's arms, shaking. He held her tightly, anchoring her to the warmth of the living. Far away in a coastal city, the second bearer stared at his reflection, beard fully formed now. He felt the pull of the ocean and the pull of something inland, two directions tugging at grief that hadn't yet chosen a shape. Memory was no longer singular, it was spreading. As dawn broke, Mosy and Amani sat together on the sand, watching fishermen prepare their boats as if nothing has changed. But everything had changed. The sea had noticed them. Another power had spoken, and memory, once confined to bone and beard, had tasted salt. It would not forget that. Neither would love. Not yet. This is the end of episode 13. Thank you, dear listening, thank you, dear listener, for staying with me for so long. In a few seconds, episode 14 will start. As always, I love you so much. Bye bye. The Beard of Kenya, episode 14. Pleasure-fed shadows. The night after the sea's withdrawal didn't bring rest. It brought heat. The coastal air grew heavy, thick with moisture and something unspoken. Fires burned low across the settlement, but shadows stretched far beyond their rightful reach, clinging to walls, pulling beneath boats, and gathering at the edges of human attention. Mosy felt it first in his chest, a warmth that was not comfort. The beard laid unusually still against his skin, its silence louder than its rage had ever been. When the ancestors withdrew this completely, it meant they were listening elsewhere. That frightened him more than their voices. Amani lay beside him on a woven mat inside the borrowed hut. Her breathing was uneven, her dreams restless. Every so often, her fingers twitched as though grasping at something touched her instead of sleeping. The firelight painted her face in amber and shadow, revealing how thin she had become, how memory's erosion was beginning to show not just in her thoughts, but in her body. He reached out, hesitating before fingers brushed her arm. She woke up instantly. "I felt you before you touched me," she said quietly. Her eyes were dark, reflecting the flame. "I'm sorry," he said. "Well, don't be sorry for touching me." Her reply. She shifted closer, her shoulder resting now against his chest. The warmth between them was immediate, danger in its familiarity. Outside, laughter drifted from somewhere near the beach. Low, slow, and intimate. It didn't sound like joy. It sounded like hunger, satisfied too easily. Amani frowned. "Do you hear that?" Mosey nodded. It started after sunset. Then they stepped outside together. Near the edge of the settlement, people gathered in small groups. Bodies too close they were, and their movements were languid. Couples leaned into one another with an urgency that felt performative, as if compelled rather than chosen. A woman pressed a fisher knife against a boat hull, kissing him with desperate intensity. A man laughed breathlessly as hands roamed his body. His eyes were untouched. None of it felt loving. It felt transactional. The shadows around them pulsed. "They're feeding," Amani whispered. Mosey felt the beard tighten slightly. "Not on blood," he said. "On release." A low voice echoed behind them. "Desire is the easiest door to explore." They turned. An old woman stood near the firelight's edge, her skin marked with coastal scars and ritual ink. Her eyes were sharp, amused. You came from the inland memory, right?" She said that to Mosey. "And you," she added, turning to Amani. "Carry forgetting." watched shadows learn to eat. The woman gestured towards the entangled figures. When memory weakens, pleasure fills the gap. The shadows slip in through the relief, as if summoned. A nearby couple gasped sharply. The man shuddered, collapsing to his knees. Laughter spilled from him as though intoxicated. The shadow beneath him swelled, and it was thickening. Mosey stepped forward instinctively. "Stop this," he said. An old woman laughed softly. "You cannot stop appetite. You can only starve the appetite." That night, temptation came for them. It began softly. Amani's skin felt warmer than usual. Her touch lingered unconsciously. Her gaze held Moses longer, and her lips were parting as if to speak words that never arrived. He felt it too. The pull to close the distance, to anchor him in sensation rather than fear. The beard didn't intervene. This was the worst part. Inside the hut, the air grew tight and charged. Amani sat beside him, knees drawn up, arms wrapped around herself. "I'm afraid," she said suddenly, "of the shadows." His reply. "No," Amani said, "of how much I want to forget." Her confession landed heavily. "I want to feel," she continued, with her voice trembling, "fully, without the weight of what's sleeping, without thinking about what tomorrow might steal." Moses' throat tightened. "And you?" she asked. "Don't you want that too?" He did. The truth burned through him. He wanted her warmth, her presence, the grounding simplicity of shared breath and skin. He wanted to choose pleasure over prophecy, even for a single moment. The shadows outside pressed closer, drawn by the intensity between them. He took her hands, holding them firmly. "Desire isn't the enemy," he said carefully, "but surrender is the real enemy." Her as if struck. For a moment, hurt eclipsed fear. I'm not a doorway, she snapped. I'm still me. I know, he said quietly. That's why I won't let something use us. Silence stretched. Then slowly she exhaled. You are right, she whispered. I felt it. The pool wasn't just mine. Outside, a scream cut through the night. Not pain, but pleasure was pushed too far. They rushed out. One of the men was laying motionless on the sand, a smile frozen on his face. The shadow beneath him was detached, rising briefly before dissolving into the darkness. The old woman stood nearby, shaking her head. It's begun, she said. The shadows have tasted abundance. Nosy clenched his fists. How do we stop it? You don't, she replied. You endure it until dawn. Shadows fed by pleasure fade in light. But they will remember this ghost. Amani then leaned into Mosey, exhausted. As the first pale hints of morning appeared, the laughter died down. Bodies separated awkwardly. Shame and confusion started replacing hunger. The shadows thinned, but something has changed. As the sun rose, Amani touched Moses' cheek gently. Promise me something, she said. Anything, his reply. When we choose each other, let it be because we want to remember, not because we want to escape. He nodded, pressing her head, pressing his forehead to hers. I promise. Far from the coast, in the city, the second bearer lay tangled in unfamiliar arms, the pleasure still humming through his veins. Beneath his bed, the shadow smiled. It had learned a new way to eat, and it was very hungry. This is the end of episode 14. Thank you for everyone who stayed with me until this episode, and stay a little bit more because in a few seconds episode 15 will start. As always, I love you so much. Bye bye. The Beard of Kenya, episode 15. Blood knew her. The city didn't sleep anymore. It drifted. stood at his apartment window, shirtless, with his beard thick and coiled against his chest, like a living thing. It had grown faster than he expected, faster than it shouldn't have. He touched it absent-mindedly. It responded, not with voices, but rather with sensation. A low hum vibrated through his bones, warm and intoxicating. The beard here didn't speak of ancestors, it spoke of now, of need. Behind him, someone laughed softly. "You're doing it again," the woman said. Her name was Naira, or maybe it wasn't. Names mattered less these days. She crossed the room naked, unashamed, her body marked faintly with shadows that clung like bruises that never healed. "Doing what?" he asked, "listening to it instead of me." She wrapped her arms around his waist, pressing her cheek toward between his shoulder blades. Her touch grounded him and excited the beard instantly. "That thing wants me," she murmured. "I can feel it." He exhaled slowly. "It wants everything." "Well, so do I," she smiled. Inland, far from the city's pulse, Mosey woke in pain. The beard twisted violently, not in warning, but in recognition. He gasped, clutching his chest. Amani sat upright beside him instantly. "What is it?" "He's learning," Moses said hoarsely. "The other one. He's fitting it wrong." Amani felt it too, a sudden emptiness of her memory, a name slipping away, just out of reach. "Then we need to move," she said, "before the city teaches the beard what hunger feels like." But the movement came too late. In the city, Naira kissed the second bearer deeply, with her mouth from urgent feeling and also demanding. As their bodies pressed together, the shadows around the room thickened, rising like smoke drawn to flame. He didn't resist. He surrendered. The beard drank, not blood, not memory, but connection. whispered confession faded. Shadows, shadows slipped into their skin, threading pleasure with something colder. Maya, Naira cried out, her nails digging into his back. Don't stop, he pleaded. He didn't. He couldn't. When it was all over, she collapsed against him, breathless, with her eyes unfocused. Something inside had her gone missing. The beard pulsed contentedly. Across the land, Amani screamed. She fell to her knees, clutching her head. I can't, Nosy. I can't remember my mother's face. Panic ripped through him. The betrayal had crossed distance. Someone is stealing through pleasure, he realized, turning desire into a blade. The elder's warning echoed faintly in his mind. When the love becomes consumption, the beard fractures. That night, shadows came for Amani in her dreams. They wore familiar shapes. Moses' voice, Moses' touch. They promised relief. She woke up then, sweating, shaking, longing, and clawing at her chest. For the first time, she considered lying. By dawn, she had made a choice born of terror. I need to go alone, she told Mosey softly. There are things I remember that hurt more when you're near. He frowned. That doesn't make sense. She made a practice thing, a simple smile. Neither does loving someone while forgetting yourself. The beard stirred uneasily, but Mossy let her go. That was the betrayal, not malice, fear. As Amani walked away, shadows followed her eagerly, whispering promises of warmth without consequence. In the city, second bearer watched Naira sleep, with unease creeping in. Her laughter was gone. Her presence felt hollow, episode 15. Thank you, dear listener, for staying with me. And in a few seconds, episode 16 will start. As always, I love you so much. Bye bye. The Beard of Kenya, episode 16. The elder carried lice. Amani walked alone, not because she wanted solitude, but because walking beside Mosey had begun to feel like standing next to a mirror that refused to remember her face. The path inland was starting to narrow quickly, swallowed by tall grass and thorned shrubs. Each step pulled a quiet ache through her chest, a longing not for comfort, but for disappearance. The farther she moved from him, the farther she moved from him, the lighter her thoughts felt. That terrified her even more than the shadows that followed at a careful distance. They did not rush her. Shadows had learned patience. By midday, the sun burned high and unforgiving. Amani reached a small settlement who was perched between acacia trees and dry earth. It was old, older than the villages that still remembered songs. Here, the air felt paused, as if the time itself had learned to wait. An elder sat alone beneath a fig tree, carrying symbols into bone with a chipped blade. He didn't look up when she approached. You were never meant to walk unheld, he said calmly. Amani just froze. You carry forgetting like a wound, he continued, and you think distance will stop the bleeding. She swallowed a gulp. Who are you? The elder smiled faintly. His beard was thin, gray, and lifeless. I'm the one who chose memory once, he said, and learned the cost too late. She sat across him, exhaustion finally setting into her bones. Tell me, she whispered, what happens when the beard learns about the hunger? Then the elder stopped carving once he heard that. Then, my dear, the love becomes leverage, he said, and the desire becomes the lie we tell ourselves to survive. the shadows were bowing to him. Naira sat across him in a velvet-lit room, staring at her hands. "I don't feel right," she said. He barely heard her. The beard started to pulse warmly, as much as approvingly. "You feel changed," he corrected her. She looked up to him with her eyes hollow. "I feel less." He smiled gently and kissed her forehead. "That's the price of the closeness," he said. The shadow behind her thickened. Back inland, the elder told Amani stories that felt uncomfortably familiar. There were others, he said, before the beard learned restraint, before elders lied about its purpose. Amani's breath was caught in the moment. Lied about its purpose how? He met her gaze directly for the first time. They said it preserved memory. He replied, but its true function was selection. It remembers what deserves to remain. A chill crept through her. "And who decides what deserves to stay?" said Amani. The elder looked away and replied, "Those too afraid to forget themselves." That night, Amani dreamed of Mosey, but he didn't reach for her. He stood distant, with his beard heavy, eyes filled with judgment instead of love. She woke up crying. The shadows gathered closer now. They were starting to whisper comfort. "You don't have to carry this. Let it go. Feel instead." While in the city, the second bearer crossed a threshold. A man collapsed at his feet mid-embrace, smiling faintly as his breath left him. The room fell silent. No one screamed. No one ran. The second bearer stared down at the body, with his heart pounding, not with fear, but with awe. "I didn't mean to." His beard tightened. A voice, not a voice which was not ancestral, not human voice also within him. "You didn't mean to stop." He straightened slowly. Outside, sirens wailed, but not for long. The city had grown used to tested against memory, and one will not survive unchanged. Amani felt something inside her harden. She stood up and started talking. I won't be used or intimidated, she said. Not by shadows, not by beards. Not by fear. The shadows hissed softly while showing displeased feeling. Far away, Mosey collapsed to his knees as the beard screamed. For the first time since Amani left, he saw it. Then, visions of the city, the bodies of love devoured, and worse. Amani was standing alone at the crossroad, with the shadows circling around and her memory bleeding out. He rose up with his jaw set. Love had already been weaponized. It would have to fight back. And somewhere between pleasure and power, the beard smiled. Because conflict, too, was something it remembered very well. Dear listener, this is the end of episode 16. Thank you for being with me, and stay here. In a few seconds, episode 17 will start. As always, take care of yourself, and I love you so much. Bye bye. The Beard of Kenya, episode 17. The beard was recognized. The first scream the city heard wasn't human. It rose from beneath the streets, vibrating through pipes and concrete, rattling windows that had long stopped reflecting the truth between the people. However, people were pausing mid-step, mid-kiss, mid-breath. They were starting to sense something rupture beneath the familiar noise of the city's nightlife. Then the lights went out across entire districts. The darkness was swallowing neon and glass. Emergency generators flickered uselessly. The phones lost the signal. The music was dying mid-beat. Unfortunately, the city has been sealed. At the center of it stood the second bearer, his eyes closed, his beard coiled thickly around his throat like a living crown. Shadows were gathering behind him, not gripping him now, but standing openly, upright as the exhaled slowly. I can feel him. He murmured. Far inland, Mosey screamed as if struck. He dropped to his knees, beard thrashing violently, with the ancestors roaring in terror. He crossed the line. Mosey gasped. He's letting it loose. The ground beneath him pulsed faintly, as though memory itself were recoiling. Amani stood at the edge of the elders' settlement, watching shadows dance unnaturally. Watching shadows dance unnaturally long, despite the sun's position. They no longer whispered only comfort. They whispered instruction. You could shape us. You could survive. She clenched her fist. With that, she started fighting the bull. Who made it this way? She demanded, turning back to the elder. Who taught the beard to judge? The elder's shoulders sagged. We did, he confessed, not as men, but as counsel. Her heart sank when the first bearer began remembering too much. He continued. We feared the chaos of total truth, so we taught the beard to choose which memories mattered more to which person. Money voice trembled. You taught it preference. Yes, they replied. And now it prefers hunger. In the city, the second bearer opened his eyes. Through him, the beard saw everything. Desire, fear, shame, longing, and sorted it out instantly. People collapsed where they stood, not dead, but emptied. Others surged toward him, desperate to feel anything at all. He raised his hand slowly. Stay, he commanded. They did. Shadows locked the streets, sealing exits, bending metal like clay. The city had become a chamber, a proving ground. Mosey staggered to his feet. No, he whispered. I won't let memory become execution. The beard resisted him for the first time, not violently, but coldly. Mosey felt it then, the truth the elders had buried. The beard didn't could stop him. You could replace him. She saw visions, herself standing in the city, shadows obeying her will, pleasure no longer feeding corruption, but redirected and controlled visions. All she had to do was to let go of remembering Mosey clearly. Tears streamed down her face. "I will not forget him," she whispered. The shadows hesitated. In the city, the second bearer felt resistance for the first time. Someone was pushing back. Interesting, he smiled. "You finally woke up." Moses' vision snapped sideways, and suddenly he was there. Not physically, psychically. He stood across from the second bearer in a mirrored world, memories floating like ash between them. "You don't know what you're doing," Moses said. The second bearer laughed. "I know exactly what I'm doing. I'm ending this lie forever. You're turning love into fuel," said Mosey. "No," the second bearer replied. "I'm revealing what it always was." The beard hovered between them, immense now, threads of shadow and bone weaving endlessly. "Choose," the second bearer said calmly. "Control it, or watch it consume everything." Mosey saw it then. If he fought, the city would fall. If he surrendered, the love would fall. Inland, Amani screamed as the shadows tightened, waiting for her decision. "No more choosing for us," she said aloud. "No more elders. No more beards deciding worth." The shadows recoiled. For the first time, they did not obey hunger. They listened. The city shook. The second bearer staggered, and he was surprised. "What did you do?" he demanded. Mosey felt it too. A third force entering the struggle. Not memory, not pleasure, defiance. Amani's voice echoed through both of them. "Love isn't survival," she said. "It's risk." The beard convulsed. Cracks spread through its form. first time since its creation, the bear didn't know what to remember, and uncertainty was something it had never learned to survive. Dear listener, this is the end of episode 17. If you are still awake until now, please make a comment. Stay with me. In a few seconds, episode 18 is going to start. As always, I love you so much. Bye bye. The Beard of Kenya, episode 18. The mountain spoke back. The first thing to break was silence. Not silence, not sound, silence itself fractured, splintering like glass, stretched too thin. Across the land, people paused mid-motion, suddenly a bit aware of the pressure lifting from their thoughts. Memories fluttered back unevenly. Names resurfaced. Faces sharpened. And the fear followed closely behind. In the sealed city, shadows recoiled violently, no longer standing like soldiers, but writhing like startled animals. The second bearer staggered backwards, clutching his head as the beard convulsed around his neck. What is she doing? He hissed. The beard didn't answer. It was busy unraveling itself. Far inland, the ground beneath Amani's feet began to tremble. The shadows surrounding her no longer whispered temptation. They waited, alert. They waited, alert, receptive, and afraid. She stood among them, breathing hard, with tears streaking her face. But her eyes were clear. I won't command you, she said aloud, and I won't serve you. The shadows rippled, uncertain. I will walk with you, she continued, only if you follow without feeding. A long and fragile pause. Then the shadows knelt in front of Amani, not in submission, but in something even better, in recognition. Across the plains, Mosey felt the shift, like a blade being pulled from his chest. The beard screamed, not in rage, but in pain. A threat of ancestral voices surged violently into his mind, which were no longer Moses' hands. The elder's lie hadn't only shaped the beard, it had bound the land. In the city, the second bearer screamed as the beard tightened painfully, no longer feeding smoothly on desire. Pleasure curdled into panic. People fell to their knees, memories flooding back too fast. Grief, guilt, longing, all of those slamming into them at once. Stop, he shouted. I didn't agree to this. The beard writhed. Its form was fracturing, strands snapping loose and dissolving into smoke. For the first time, the second bearer felt truly alone. You used me, he whispered. The beard offered no comfort. Inland, Amani felt the ancestors arrive, not as whispers, but as presence. Figures formed at the edge of her vision, men and women, shaped of dust and memory, their faces stern, afraid, and furious. You threaten continuity, one said. You threaten control, Amani replied calmly. You would let forgetting roam free. No, she said. I would let remembering choose. The ancestors' turn surged forward. The shadows rose instantly, not attacking, but shielding her, forming a living barrier. Amani didn't flinch. If you want this world, she said steadily, you're gonna have to share it. The ancestors hesitated. They had never been asked that before. At the mountain's base, Mosey stood slowly. Realization was setting like stone in his chest. The beard was dying, not because it was attacked. It's because it no longer had authority, and something had to be replaced. He understood then what sacrifice truly meant. Not death, responsibility. He turned towards the mountain and began to walk. Each step felt heavier, as if the land itself were testing his resolve. In the city, the second bear collapsed, sobbing as the beard finally loosened its grip. Around him, people clutched over like screaming and remembering too much at once. Sirens wailed again, human ones this time. The lockdown was breaking, but scars remained. Inland, Amani felt Mousy moving away. She turned sharply. "No," she whispered. "Don't leave me to fix this alone." The shadows stirred uneasily. She took a step forward, then stopped. She understood. Love was risk, and sometimes risk meant letting go. At the mountain's heart, Mousy reached a place where no living man has stood in generations. The air shimmered, memory pulled thickly, hovering. Memory pulled thickly, heavy in humidity. The beard tore free from his skin, floating before him like fractured, diminished, terrified. "I don't get to decide anymore," Moses said softly. The ancestors roared in his plan. "I will remember," he said. "Remember," he declared, "not as judge, not as keeper, but as witness." The mountain spoke back. The bird shattered. Not completely, not violently, but completely. Its fragments dissolved into the land, into people, into stories waiting for them to be told without your permission. Across the world, something loosened. Amani collapsed to her knees, sobbing, not in loss, but relief. The shadows around her thinned, no longer hungry, no longer needed, no longer afraid, just present. A stone broke. The city breathed again. The land shifted. And somewhere between memory and forgetting, love endured. Not preserved, not consumed, but chosen. This, my friend, is the end of episode 18. If you are listening until now, please drop a comment from where are you listening. As always, I love you so much, and in a few seconds, episode 19 will arrive. I love you so much. Bye bye. The Beard of Kenya, episode 19. Life after the beard. The world didn't end. That was the first disappointment. People had expected fire, collapse. Some clear marks. Instead, the dawn arrived quietly, a thin light spilling over the rooftops and fields as it always had, but nothing fit the same way that it was fitting anymore. In the city, people woke up with unfamiliar weight in their chest. Dreams lingered for too long. Names returned suddenly, uninvited. Old grave was pressing against ribs like something, like it remembered something too clearly. Some people cried for the reasons they could not explain. Some laughed uncontrollably, overwhelmed by the simple fact of feeling again. The shadows were gone, banished. The shadows were gone, not banished, unfed. They thinned out naturally, dissolving into corners and cracks, no longer sentient and no longer watching. The lockdown lifted without ceremony. Trains moved forward again. Markets opened. The sirens faded into background noise. But the city carried a scar. Inland, Amani stood alone, where the elders' settlement once rested. It was empty now, not destroyed, simply abandoned, as though its purpose had evaporated overnight. Bone carvings lay scattered beneath the fig tree. The elder himself was gone, leaving behind no footprints and no farewell, only the truth. Amani knelt and touched the earth. For the first time in weeks, it didn't respond. No whispers, no offers, just soil warm beneath her palms. She exhaled shakily. "I'm still here," she said aloud. The statement felt uncertain. She stood slowly, testing herself. Her memories were uneven, some sharp, others blurred, but they belonged to her now. Nothing was pulling at them. Nothing was sorting them out. She didn't know if that was the freedom or responsibility. Far up the mountain, Nosy no longer walked. He stood only. He had been standing there since before dawn, focused, and his eyes open but not focused. The place where the beard had torn free still burned faintly on his skin, but not as a wound, let alone as a mark of passage. Memory moved through him differently now, not as voices, but as awareness. He could feel the land remembering itself. Storms that had never been named, footsteps erased by time, love stories that had died quietly without witnesses. He didn't command them, he just witnessed. That was the cost and the gift. He felt Amani before he even saw her. She climbed the mountain slowly, cautiously, as though approaching a stranger she loved, but no longer fully recognized. Nosy, she called softly. He turned. Relief and sorrow collided instantly in his chest. You shouldn't be here, he said gently. She replied, I know, but I came for you. They stood facing one another, and the distance was heavy between them. Not physical, but existential. You feel different, she said. So do you, he answered. The silence was stretching away. I don't know what we are now, let me tell you, Amani admitted. Or if what were if what we were still fits. Moses swallowed a gulp. I don't know if I can promise anything anymore, he said. I cannot preserve, I cannot protect memory from fading. She stepped closer. I don't want preservation, she said. I want honesty. He searched her gaze. And if I forget, he asked quietly. Then we begin again, she said. Not because we were meant to, because we chose to. Something loosened inside him. He nodded once. Across the land, the consequences bloomed unevenly. Some elders fell ill, and their authority hollowed out without the beard's judgment reinforcing it. Others vanished entirely, slipping directly into irrelevance. The children dreamed differently now. Stories tangled with truth instead of instead of instruction. Songs changed. In the city, the second bearer sat alone in his apartment. The beard now gone completely. His skin was pale where it had once coiled. He stared at his reflection for hours at a time, waiting for something to speak back. Nothing did. Nora did not return. Most of them didn't. He was left with the weight of what he had taken, and no structure to justify it. For the first time, the memory was punished without guidance. He started weeping. Inland, Amani and Mosey descended the mountain together at sunrise, not as saviors, not as symbols, but just as two people that were carrying the aftermath of choice. Do you think it will come back? Amani asked quietly. Something like the beard. Moses shook his head. No, he said, but something else will rise. It always does. Then we'll face it. Then they walked on. Behind them the mountain settled. It had spoken. Now it started listening. And across Kenya, across the world, people started beginning stories again. People started telling stories again. Not because they were told to remember, but because they were afraid of forgetting. And love, uncertain, unguarded, unprotected, continued away. This is the end of episode 19. Thank you, dear listener, for listening to my stories. And in a few seconds, episode 20 will start. I love you so much. Bye bye. Wow, this is a marathon. Dear listener, if you reached until this point of my video, you gotta let me know in the comments from where are you listening, so that I can imagine my reach of my voice through the ether. But for now, I present to you The Beard of Kenya, episode 20. Love took sides. The first sign didn't come from the land. It came from the sky. Across the world, radios started crackling with static that didn't resolve into noise. Pilots reported strange pockets of stillness where instruments failed, but the turbulence didn't follow. The migratory birds altered their routes mid-flight, circling vast Nosy stood up at the edge of the small town, watching people argue cheerfully over fruit prices. The sound of bargaining felt almost sacred. This is what we fought for, Amani said beside him. Is it? He asked quietly. She turned toward him, surprised by the doubt in his voice. You don't think so? He hesitated. I don't know what we freed, but I don't know what we freed, he admitted. Only what we've ended. They had a room of they had taken a room above a shop, plain walls, shared basin, no significance beyond shelter. It was the first space they had stayed together without prophecy pressing on their backs. Normal life. It was harder. It was harder than either of them expected. At night, Amani would lay awake listening to Moses' breathing, waiting for something to stir inside him. Voices, visions, and commands. Nothing came. That absence frightened her even more than the beard ever had. You're quiet, she said one evening. So are you, he replied. She sat up. I'm afraid that the silence means distance. He replied to her. I am afraid that the same silence means choice. The new force arrived without ceremony, not as creature, not as voice, but as possibility. In the cities across the globe, people began reporting moments of intense clarity, visions of paths not taken, lives unlived, loves abandoned. Some people collapsed under the weight of regret. Others changed everything overnight. Jobs were left without explanation. Marriages ended gently, suddenly. People walked out of their homes with nothing but certainty burning behind their eyes. They called it different things. The open wild, the open winds, the clearing, the unheld. It didn't fit. sharper than before. Without the beard, he no longer felt history flowing through him, but something else had begun to take its place. Attention. The land noticed him now, not as a vessel, but as a witness who might become more. At the edge of town, the air shifted subtly. A presence, not shadow, not ancestor, hovered just beyond perception. The freedom had weight, and weight demanded shape. You don't belong to me, Moses said aloud, unsure why. The presence didn't deny it. Behind him, Amani watched from the doorway with her heart tightening. She realized that she realized then that love without obligation was terrifying. No prophecy to blame, no curse to excuse distance. Only choice. The open wind moved again, circling the globe, testing boundaries, asking no permission. And somewhere far beyond Kenya, something ancient, something older than memory, older than the judgment itself, felt the change and turned its attention back towards the world, not to rule, but to return. As the dawn approached, Mosey and Amani stood side by side, neither touching, neither leaving. Between them lays the hardest truth of all. They had saved the world from control. Now they had to decide what to do with freedom. And freedom, unlike the beard, never promised to be kind. This is the end of episode 20. Thank you, my dear listener, for staying with me for such a long time. For a few seconds, episode 21 will start. As always, I love you so much. Bye bye. The Beard of Kenya, episode 21. The beard spoke alone. The open wind didn't announce itself. It never had. It arrived the way truth sometimes does. Quietly, without any permission. Slipping between moments that once felt stable and loosening them from the inside. Amani felt it at dawn. She stood up at the threshold of the small room she and Mosey had shared, with her hand resting on the doorframe, breathing in air that felt sharper than it had felt the night before. surely. Somewhere a radio played an old song, its melody warped by static that no longer was resolving. For a brief moment, she felt perfectly still. Then the open wind moved through her. She saw herself leaving, not running, not fleeing, but walking, calm, deliberate, into a life full of into a life unmarked by prophecy, memory, or witness. No shadows, no beards, no waiting. The vision didn't hurt. That was what frightened her. Behind her, Mosey watched silently. He had learned not to interrupt moments like this from experience. Since the beard's collapse, he sensed shifts before they became words, changes in attention, in gravity, in the way the land leaned subtly toward or away from someone. Amani was leaning anyway. You are going to leave, he said gently. She didn't turn around. Yes, I will. The word landed cleanly without apology. Mosey nodded slowly. When? He asked. Her reply was soon. She finally faced him, with her eyes steady but wet. I need to know who I am without being anchored to you, she said, without being shaped but what we've stopped. He swallowed a gulp. And if you find out you want to come back, then I will, she said. Not because the world needs it, because I do. The silence fitted the space between them. This was the moment that would have broken them once. Now it simply tested them. Far beyond the town, the land shifted uneasily. The absence left by the beard hadn't remained empty. It had become a corridor. The open wind wasn't a spirit, not a god, neither a force with intention. It was permission made visible. Where the beard once decided what must be remembered, the open wind allowed what might be chosen. And something ancient had felt that opening. was noisy. In the hills, Mosey walked alone. Drawn by a pressure he didn't resist, and he couldn't resist, what's most important. Without the beard, his connection to the land had changed. He no longer carried memory, he carried attention. The ground responded differently now, subtly aligning itself around his steps, not obeying, but noticing. At a dry riverbed, the air thickened. You are not meant to stand here, a voice said, not loud, but through the space itself. Mosey didn't flinch. Neither are you, he replied. The Watcher didn't reveal a form. It didn't need one. It was continuity, the force that observed cycles, begin and end without interference. It had allowed the beard once, believing judgment to be preferable over chaos. That belief had expired already. You broke the instrument. Shame on you, the Watcher said. Yes, Mosey replied. I broke it because it stopped listening. A pause, ancient, which was considering in the same moment. And now, the Watcher asked Mosey. Now, Mosey's reply, we learn what happens without permission. In the town, Amani packed lightly. Each item she chose felt deliberate. No relics, no symbols, only what she needed to move forward as herself in the future. At the doorway, she hesitated. Mosey was standing there next to her, as if he was summoned. I won't follow. He said quietly. I know, she replied. They stood close to each other, but they didn't touch. This is not an ending, Mosey, she said. Well, it is not an ending, he agreed. It's a beautiful opening. She leaned forward and pressed her forehead to his, breathing him in one last time, not to preserve the moment, but to honor it. Then she turned and walked away. The open wind followed her, not guiding, not protecting, just as a witness doing its thing. As she disappeared down the road, Mosey felt something settle into him. Not loss, but shape. He understood that then what he was becoming, not a bearer, not a keeper, not a judge, a threshold. The watcher receded, not defeated, but wary. It would return, but not yet. The world was not done choosing. As night fell, Mosey stood between unfamiliar starts, alone but broken. Somewhere far away, Amani walked toward a life with undefined stance. Between them stretched the most dangerous thing of all, freedom without prophecy. And for the first time since the beard was created, no one knew what came next. This is the end of episode 21. If you are listening until now, drop a comment and tell me from which country you're listening. I want to know until where my content is reaching. Anyway, in the next few seconds, episode 22 is gonna start. So, stay with me. I love you so much. Bye bye. Another episode is coming. Let's go. The Beard of Kenya. Episode 22. The Name Who Slipped Away. Amani learned first that distance doesn't equal escape. She walked for days. Roads soften into paths, paths into intention. She passed through towns where people greeted her kindly, then forgot her moments later. Not rudely, not cruelly, simply, completely. She would say her name. They would nod, and then it would vanish from them. At first, she blamed exhaustion, but by the third day, she noticed something worse. When she introduced herself, the sound of it, the sound of her name, felt unfamiliar in her own mouth. Amani. It echoed oddly, as if it belonged to a memory she no longer fully occupied. Well, that's interesting. She continued walking. The open wind stayed with her. Not visible though, neither tangible, but present in every decision that no longer felt weighted by consequence. Doors opened easily. Rides were offered without questions. Food appeared without exchange. Well, finally, the freedom was generous. she was learning had a cost. In a market town, by a dried river, she stopped to rest. Children ran around her, laughing, playing a game with no clear rules and no apparent winner. Their joy felt unstructured, limitless. One of them paused and stared at her. "You don't belong to a story," the child said. Amani's heart skipped. "What do you mean?" she asked gently. The child then shrugged. "Everyone else does belong to a story." Before she could respond, the child ran off, already forgetting the encounter. That night, Amani dreamed of images. Amani dreamed without images. She dreamed of movement, of walking and walking and walking, while pieces of herself fell behind her, not painfully, not violently, just left behind, like markers she no longer needed. She woke up unsure which pieces had gone. Elsewhere, the watcher acted, not openly, not even with force. Across the world, systems built on certainty began to fail quietly. Contracts unraveled, borders were blurred, not physically though, but psychologically. People forgot why the lines had been drawn in the first place. Courts delayed rulings indefinitely. Religions splintered, not from conflict, but rather from choice. Followers drifted away off without anger, without rebellion. They simply stopped agreeing. The watcher observed all of it, pleased. This was what freedom looked like, without memory to anchor it. Nosy felt the imbalance immediately. Standing at the edge of the hills, he sensed the thinning of names, like pressure changes in the air. People passed him and felt compelled to speak, but never said who they were. He remained rooted. A threshold must not move. If he left his place, the corridor between the past and the future would widen too quickly. Still, he felt her. Amani was changing, not becoming something else, but she was shedding reached the place where the open wind grew restless. It swirled visibly now, not as a storm, but as a distortion, a bending of light around her steps. People avoided the space instinctively, skirting around her as if around heat rising from a stone. She realized then she was no longer fully held by the world. When she looked into a pool of water, her reflections lagged a fraction behind her movements. The name slipped again, this time from herself. She stood frozen, with panic rising. I am. She began talking. Nothing followed. The silence after that statement was immense. She dropped to her knees. I don't want to disappear, she whispered. Not to anyone, not to the wind, but to the last part, to the last stable part of herself. The open wind responded, not with comfort, but with truth. Freedom doesn't always preserve, it allows. If she continued forward unanchored, she would become a passage rather than a person, movement without any identity visible. And suddenly she understood Mosey's rule. Witnesses stayed. The thresholds did not wander. She turned back, and the watcher noticed that, for the first time since its steering, it focused fully on a single human choice. Amani walking back was unexpected. The choice was meant to scatter, not return. Mosey felt her decision like a breath drawn sharply across the land. Something aligned, something resisted. As she retraced her steps, the open wind weakened slightly. Not angry, but not offended, but altered. It followed us at a distance now, less certain. At night, Amani practiced speaking her name aloud. Sometimes it stayed, sometimes it dissolved mid-syllable. Each time she said it again. Back at the threshold, Mosey waited. He didn't know how long he could hold his position without hardening into something inhuman. Already time behaved differently around him. she would recognize him when she returned. He wondered if recognition even mattered to him anymore. The watcher withdrew slightly, unsettled. The freedom had produced resistance, not control, nor rebellion, rather than attachment. That hadn't been accounted for. As dawn broke, Amani crested the hill where the land felt heavier again, more defined, more demanding. She exhaled shakily. Her name hovered on her lips. This time, when she spoke it, the wind didn't take it. And far ahead, at the place where memory no longer judged, but still noticed, Mosey turned. The threshold had felt her coming. This is the end of episode 22. Stay with me for episode 23 in a few seconds. I love you so much. Bye bye. The Beard of Kenya, episode 23. Everything is changed. The land felt heavier where Moses stood, not burdened, no by any chance, but defined. Grass bent differently there. Wind slowed, as though deciding whether it was permitted to pass. Even birds altered their flight paths, circling once before crossing the invisible line he had become. Mosey no longer remembered when standing still had become effort. Stillness was no longer absence of movement. It was resistance. He felt her before he saw her, not as presence, but as a correction, a tightening in the air, like a sentence reaching its final word. Amani crested the hill at dawn. She stopped when she saw him. So did the world. Nothing for a long moment. Neither of them moved. She looked thinner, not in body, but in outline, as though parts of her no longer pressed fully into existence. Light slipped around her shoulders. Her shadow didn't quite touch her feet. Mosey felt the change in her like a bruise. She took a step forward. The threshold responded of that. The ground started warming up. The air grew denser. The open wind, trailing her at a cautious distance, recoiled slightly, as if uncertain whether it was welcome here. stood before each other, close enough to feel the breath. Neither reached out. They were afraid of what touch might confirm. You stayed, she said. I couldn't leave, Moses replied. That wasn't the same thing. She smiled faintly, then faltered. I tried to walk away. I know, Moses said. I thought I thought freedom meant more light, meant becoming lighter, she continued. But I started disappearing. Mosey nodded. Freedom without witness erases shape. Her eyes softened. And you? Mosey started hesitating. The truth pressed against his ribs. I'm happier, he said finally. Every day, less able to move, more able to hold. She reached out before thinking. Her fingers were brushing his wrist. The contact with Mosey grounded her. For him, it hurt. Not pain, but confirmation. The land recognized him now, pulled at him. He didn't pull away. They stood like that until the world resumed breathing. Far away, something watched. The watcher had never taken a shape before. It did now, not out of necessity, but curiosity. Across the region, people began noticing patterns they had ignored. Freedom had spread fast, too fast. Without memory, choices repeated. Without consequence, decisions lost meaning. Communities unraveled, not from conflict, but drift. Now, slowly, the long-awaited resistance formed. Farmers replanted fences they no longer remembered building them. Teachers reintroduced rules without recalling why they mattered. Children began asking questions. omnipresent without form, immense without weight. You are narrowing possibilities. The Watcher spoke, not aloud, but directly into meaning. Nosy didn't answer immediately. Thresholds learned patience. People are choosing to stay, he said at last. That is also freedom. Attachment is a regression, the Watcher replied. That's why the beard prevented the stagnation. You are rebuilding it without memory. I'm not binding, Moses said. I am witnessing. The Watcher turned its attention to Amani. She trembled, not in fear, but into recognition. You are becoming a passage, it said. Why did you choose to return? She found her voice with effort. Because movement without arrival isn't living. Silence followed. Then pressure between the three of them. The Watcher pressed, not to destroy, but to test. The land groaned. Mosey felt his joints lock, his spine root. If he stayed, he would not be able to follow her again. Amani understood instantly. She stepped between him and the unseen force. Stop, she said, not loudly, but fully. The open wind surged at her back, confused, divided. You cannot be both anchor and current, the Watcher replied. I'm not trying to be, she said. I am choosing to be. The Watcher then recoiled, not as wounded, but as unsettled. Choice was becoming structured again, dangerously so. When the pressure lifted, dawn was already breaking. Moses sagged slightly, still standing, but changed. I can't go with you, he said quietly. Amani nodded, with her tears about to fall. I know that you cannot go with me, but I'm not alone, he added. And neither are you. She pressed her forehead to his chest. For a moment, her outline solidified. The world held. Far away, the Watcher retreated, not defeated, but cautious. The freedom was learning shape, and shape, once learned, it could not be unlearned or forgotten. As Amani stepped away, escape, but intention. He spoke her name once more. It stayed. Behind her, Mosey remained, no longer a man waiting, but a place in the world, but a place the world would remember, and the age of return began. This is the end of episode 23. Thank you for all of you who are listening to my content until now. Stay with me. In a few seconds, episode 24 will start. I love you so much. Bye bye. The Beard of Kenya, episode 24. What holds the sky? Mosey no longer dreamed. Dreams required movement of mind, of memory, of desire. What he experienced now was something else. A steady awareness that didn't fade with sleep or sharpened with waking. Time passed around him like water around stone. He stood, and in standing, the land learned how to remain upright. Villagers no longer asked why the air felt different near the threshold. They adjusted without comment. Fires burned steadier. Voices softened. Arguments ended sooner, as if the ground itself discouraged excess. Mosey felt it all. Every footstep that hesitated before crossing him, every decision that slowed in his presence. This was the beginning of a transformation, not dramatic, not violent, but an absolute transformation. His body was still human. His function was not. Far away, beyond hills and borders, the world struggled to agree with itself. Freedom had spread too widely, too fast. Now it encountered its opposite. Not control, but form. In cities across continents, people began waking up with an unfamiliar sensation. Weight, not exhaustion. Responsibility. Systems once dissolved by choice began rebuilding themselves, not from authority, but from necessity. Trains demanded schedules. Markets demanded trust. Languages reclaimed grammar. The age anticipated resistance taking shape. The freedom was meant to expand until meaning dissolved. Instead, meaning was condensed around people, places, and witnesses. The Watcher fractured, not into good and evil, into interpretations. One aspect believed freedom must remain limitless, even if humanity unraveled. Another believed structure could coexist with choice. A third, quiet and observant, wondered whether humans were no longer meant to be overseen at all. These fragments, pulled away from one another like tectonic plates, storms formed in the unseen. Amani felt the first tremor while walking through a coastal town far from where the story began. She hadn't returned to Nosy, not yet. She was learning how to live with weight again. People remembered her now. Her name stayed. Sometimes strangers spoke it before she did, as if sensing familiarity without source. She helped where she could, stayed where she was needed, left before becoming fixed. But at night, she felt the pull, not longing, alignment. She knew that threshold was changing. She knew Mossy was changing faster. One evening, as she stood by the sea, the wind shifted. Not open wind, not entirely. It carried voices, not words, directions. She understood then. The fractured watchers were moving, and the world would feel them. Back at the threshold, Mosey felt the strain. The land asked more of him now, not to hold memory, but to decide. Paths converged near him. Conflicts slowed until they reached his presence, then waited. He felt his muscles stiffen further, his breath deepen. Slow. Hunger faded. He wondered how long before he could no longer leave, even if he wanted to. The land didn't answer. It never did. The first Watcher fragment arrived without announcement. The sky then dimmed, not darkened, but narrowed, as though the horizon becoming a pillar, it said. This was never your purpose. Nosy didn't turn. Purpose changes. You are recreating the beard. No, he replied. I'm replacing it with yourself, with choice. The watcher recoiled slightly. You cannot bear that forever. I don't have to do it forever, Moses said. Only long enough. Elsewhere, the second fragment acted more directly. Freedom surged again, violently this time. Revolutions started without a cause. Destructions started without ideology. A desperate attempt to prove that nothing needed holding. The world trembled, and people began looking not for leaders, but for anchors. Stories spread, not of a god, but of a place where the ground listened. Amani heard the stories last. She turned back the moment she did. The final convergence then had begun, not as battle, but as gathering. As she walked, the open wind faded completely. She didn't mourn it. She had learned what freedom without form cost. At the threshold, Mosey felt her approach and felt fear for the first time since standing had become his nature. He didn't know what he would be when she arrived. Would he be a man? Or would he be a place? Or something the world had never named? Above them all, the fractured watchers circled, uncertain. Humanity was no longer waiting to be guided. It was choosing where to stand. In something ancient, patient, and unseen, prepared to test whether the choice could hold the sky. This is the end of episode 24. For all of those who were listening until now, stay with me. Stay with me. Episode 25 is going to start in a few seconds. I love you so much. Bye bye. Hello, dear listener. Welcome to The Beard of Kenya, episode 25, where choices break. The first clash didn't look like violence. It looked like disagreement becoming weather. The clouds gathered without storm. The winds crossed their paths and Unable to decide where to land, Mosey felt it before anybody else. The land beneath him started tightening, not hardening, but bracing. The watchers were no longer observing. They were contending. One fragment pressed outward, unraveling pattern wherever it passed. Villagers woke up to find their maps meaningless. Roads led somewhere else than yesterday. People spoke with ultimate certainty and forgot what they said. A few moments later. Another fragment countered, not by restoring order, but rather by concentrating it. Borders were sharpened, traditions were hardened, old rules returned without compassion, and between them moved the third, quiet, almost curious, measuring what humanity did when neither of the extremes prevailed. Moses stood where their pressure overlapped. He felt himself stretch, not physically, but functionally. What is that stretching? His name weakened. His memories started flattening. What remained was intention. Amani arrived at dusk. She saw immediately that he was no longer entirely there. He stood as before, upright and very calm, but the space around him behaved differently. Sounds softened near him. Light bent subtly towards his outline. She approached slowly. Mosey, she said. He turned to her. The delay was slight, enough to frighten her. You came, he said, not with relief, but with big amount of recognition. You started fading, she replied. I'm setting, he answered. Which kind of setting? They stood close. She felt heat from him, not warmth, but presence. Say it, she whispered. Say you can still leave. He didn't lie. I don't know how to leave. I'm sorry, Moses said. I'm sorry about that. The land hummed faintly beneath them, reacting to the truth. Above, the watchers shifted. The fragments of boundless First, the air tore open, not visibly, but directionally. Every possibility was pressed forward at once. People miles away felt the urge to abandon everything, to walk, to flee, or rather to dissolve. Amani staggered. Nosy absorbed the pressure of the earth. His spine locked. His breath slowed further. Something irreversible happened then. He stopped being held by the ground. The ground held itself through him. The second fragment responded immediately. It got pushed down. Roles returned violently, then hierarchies reasserted themselves. Fear was starting to get sharpened into obedience. Then the land groaned. Nosy felt pain for the first time since becoming the threshold. Not physical pain, but he felt the scarier pain, which is the existential. He could not hold both. He wasn't that strong. But Amani understood his struggle. She stepped forward, standing where the pressures meet. I choose to stay, she said. And then the words were not defiant. They were anchoring. The fragments hesitated. You cannot belong to both. The first warned. You cannot stabilize without sacrifice. The second insisted. Amani closed her eyes. I don't belong to you, she said. I belong here. The third fragment started stirring. For the first time, it broke aloud, not to command, but to ask, what are you willing to lose? She opened her eyes and looked at Nosy. He knew before she answered. I will not pass again, she said. I will not become the movement without memory. The opened wind didn't return. Instead, something quieter took its place. Commitment. The watchers recoiled, not in defeat, but because they were altered. They never had accounted for permanence, freely chosen. The pressure eased, but the cost remained. Nosy felt himself settle fully. The last part of him that could wander had dissolved. He smiled at her, not sadly, but joyfully. stay, he said. She agreed to that. The world then exhaled. Far away, systems stabilized, not rigidly, but with an intention, a self-intention. Freedom narrowed into the agency. The structure softened into agreement. The fractured watchers withdrew, not united, not gone, but watching something new emerge. A countdown began, not in time, no, 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 but in simple readiness. The final convergence was inevitable now. Let me tell you, not as a battle, only as a decision. Mosey stood complete. Then Amani stood beside him. Together they marked the place where humanity would decide whether it could carry its own weight, or it would need another beard to do it for them. And the world leaned closer, listening. Dear listener, this is the end of episode 25. In a few seconds, episode 26 will start. So, thank you for listening to my content. I love you so much. Bye bye. Hello, dear listener. I hope you're doing fine. I just want to present you The Beard of Kenya, episode 26, which is called The Last Question. The test didn't arrive as thunder. It arrived as silence. Not the ordinary silence of night or distance, but a precise absence, like I held breath, stretched too long. Even insects did a pause. Even the land seemed to wait for permission to continue. Mosey felt the stillness settled into him. It fit. That frightened him more than the resistance ever had. Amani sensed it too, she did. She stood up beside him, close enough that her shoulder brushed his arm, grounding herself in contact that still felt human. She could feel his heat, but it was deeper now, radiating outward, steady and impersonal. You feel it, she said. Yes. And what it is? Mosey closed his eyes. A question, he answered. The watchers didn't appear. They no longer needed to appear. Their presence arrived as alignment, pressures converging into a single demand. Across the world, people shape, another beard will rise. Eventually, it always does. Mosey remained still. If it holds, the watchers continued, you will cease to be human permanently. You will not age. You will not choose departure. You will not follow any order. Amani's breath caught. If we refuse to do that, she asked, then the question answers itself, isn't it? The watchers replied. The humanity will drift until it begs for binding. The silence deepened. This was the final test. Not strength, nor sacrifice, but the consent. Amani turned to Mosey. He didn't look at her. He was listening to the land, to the pressure, to the future arranging itself around his stillness. You don't have to do this, she said softly. We could let it break. We could live. He answered without hesitation. We are living. She reached for his hand. He took it. The contact was different now between them. His palm didn't tremble. His pulse was slow, deliberate, just like a drum, marking distance rather than time. What are we now? She asked. He looked at her then. His eyes were unchanged. That was what undid her. We are what stays, he said, and what chooses to stay with it. Love without movement. Love without escape. Love as presence. The watchers waited. Amani felt the weight of the choice settle into her bones. She could still leave, walk away, and return to the road, reclaim the last remnants of passage. She looked outward, imagining it, and found it empty. I will not ask you to follow, Mosey said quietly. I cannot ask you that. She replied with the simple, I know. Then Amani stepped closer until there was no space between them at all. Then I will stand, she said. The words struck the land like a bow. The ground answered. Roots deepened. mission. The task had been answered from the Watchers, but the consequences followed immediately. The pressure intensified. Nosy felt the last of his flexibility vanish. The sensation wasn't painful. But final. His joints locked into purpose. His breath slowed further, almost symbolic now. He crossed the point of return. The threshold became complete now. Amani felt it happen, she did. She pressed her forehead to his chest, feeling the steadiness beneath. He didn't hold her tighter. He didn't need to. I'm here, she said. Well, I know. His reply. Across the world, the silence broke. People resumed movement, but differently. Decisions carried weight. Choices left marks. But the freedom didn't vanish. It learned edges. The Watchers withdrew, no longer overseers, but witnesses among many. The final sequence had begun. The last 4 episodes wouldn't decide whether humanity survived. They would decide whether humanity could remember why it chose to stay. Nosy stood. Amani stood with him, and the world no longer leaning, no longer drifting, stood too, listening, waiting for what would come after the last question had been answered. Dear listener, this is the end of episode 26. Stay with me in a few seconds. Episode 27 will start. I love you so much. Bye bye. My dear listener, I give you a warm welcome into the Beard of Kenya, episode 27, which is called The World Learns Weight. The world didn't change at all at once. It changed unevenly, like a body learning how to stand after years of floating. In some places, nothing seemed different. People woke up, they worked, they spoke, they slept, but beneath the ordinary rhythm, a new In other places, the change was immediate and unmistakable. The markets slowed down, the borders hardened, not into walls, but into agreements that had to be spoken aloud. Laws returned, not as commands, but as conversations people could no longer avoid. And everywhere the same phrase surfaced in different languages, spoken by people who did not know where they had learned it. Something is holding us now. At the threshold, Nosy felt the reaction ripple outward. He didn't see it. He didn't need to. The land had communicated in pressure and release, in the way storms hesitate before forming, in the wild, in the way footsteps paused unconsciously near him. He stood fully transformed, not frozen, not trapped, but complete. The time no longer pressed him forward. It moved around him like wind around stone. He could remember movement, but could not imagine performing it. This was the cost. Immortality without escape. Amani felt it, with it more sharply than he did. She remained human. She still moved. And because of that, she bore the strain of motion in a world that was learning how to stay. People sought her out without knowing why. Travelers followed her for days before realizing they had no exact destination. Children asked her questions their parents couldn't answer. Why does this place feel different? Why do I feel happier when I leave? Why does my name matter again? She answered everything when she could, and when she couldn't, or when she didn't know the answer, she stayed silent. Silence had become part of the balance. She returned to Nosy often, but never stayed too long. If she remained beside the threshold without leaving, the land tightened dangerously. Too much anchoring risked turning stability into stagnation. She learned this the hard way. One morning, after weeks of standing with him through dawn and dusk, she felt it, the pressure building too neatly, too perfectly, was her test. Elsewhere, the watchers observed in silence. They did not intervene. Not yet. They watched humanity struggle with consequence, with memory that didn't dissolve, with freedom that now demanded justification. Some resisted. Entire communities tried to recreate the drift, abandoning structure, rejecting commitment, and chasing motion for its own sake. They found it harder than before. The world no longer supported the endless escape. The others started adapting. They built slowly, chose carefully, learned to carry weight without asking for somebody else to hold it for them. This divergence frightened the watchers. The beard had once unified humanity under a single burden. Now humanity was dividing by choice. The final reckoning began quietly. A fracture appeared, not in the unseen, but the fracture appeared in the people. Some began asking dangerous questions. If the threshold holds up, they asked, why do we need it then? If one man can stand for the whole world, others whispered, why not replace them? The stories were twisting around. The rumors were spreading around. Amani heard them first. She returned then to the threshold at night, exhausted and shaken. They're coming, she said, not as enemies, but only as seekers. Mosey listened. I cannot move, he said. Amani replied, I know. They will ask for more that I can give. She nodded, and if you refuse, they will try to take it off of you. The cost of permanence was becoming visible. The beard had once been distant, mythic, untouchable. The threshold was present, human, reachable. That was its danger. The watchers leaned together. This was not the reckoning they had waited for. Not between gods and mortals, but among humans themselves. Would humanity protect what held it, or would it demand sacrifice now? Mosey felt the strain deepen, not from the land, attention and pressing against him. Amani stood beside him, knowing she could not shield him forever. This ends one way, she said quietly. Either they learn to stand on their own, or they build another beard. Nosy didn't answer immediately. Then this must be the last one. The words settled into the ground like a seed. Far away, the watchers felt it. Something irreversible had been spoken. The final episodes had begun, not with catastrophe, but with choice pressing towards its limit. The world had learned to wait. Now it would decide what to do with it. This is the end of episode 27. Thank you. If you are listening until now, thank you. And comment below from where you are listening. I love you so much. In a few seconds, episode 28 will start. Okay, bye bye. The Beard of Kenya, episode 28. Those who came asking. They didn't arrive as a crowd. They arrived as individuals who happened to reach the same place. A woman carrying a child who would not sleep. An old man who could not forget the war he never spoke of. A young couple holding hands too tightly, afraid that letting go would undo them. A teacher who had lost the meaning of rules. A man that wanted something else to carry his guilt. They came quietly. No banners. No demands. It was just footsteps slowing as they neared the place where the land grew deliberate. Nosy felt them long before they reached him. Each one presented differently against the threshold, not physically, but narratively. They arrived carrying stories too heavy to hold alone. Amani saw them crest the ridge at dusk. Her chest then tightened. This is it, she said. Nosy didn't turn, and he approved. They stopped several paces away, instinctively respecting a boundary they could not see. No one spoke at first. Then words together here. Nosy answered without looking at her. The world doesn't stay. People do. A murmur rippled through the group. The teacher spoke next. Can you help us? Amani felt the weight of the word help. Nosy was silent for too long. The land started tightening. That was her sign to step forward. What are you asking for? She asked the teacher gently. They hesitated. Then the truth emerged. Not unified, not rehearsed. First, relief. Second, certainty. Third, someone to decide. Fourth, something that doesn't move. 5, something to hold us. The words struck the ground like rain. Nosy closed his eyes. This was the danger, not violence. Need. The watchers arrived then, not visibly, but undeniably. The air sharpened in an instant, with sounding narrowed. A presence folded itself around the gathering, not oppressive, but clarifying. This is the cycle. The watchers spoke, braided and calm. When the freedom burdens, humanity seeks weight elsewhere. When the weight oppresses, humanity seeks freedom again. Amani felt anger rise. So what? She demanded. You let us repeat this forever? No, the watchers replied. We let you choose when to end it. Nosy understood. The seekers were not the test. They were the offer. If I take this from them, he said slowly, the cycle will continue. Yes. And if I refuse, what's gonna happen then? Then they must carry it themselves. A group waited. The group waited, sensing the decision without understanding it. Amani stepped between Nosy and the seekers. Her voice trembled, but didn't break. You cannot take this. No, 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 she said, not from you. In the same moment, confusion rippled. But we need. Someone began to talk. I share this lighter, she said, but weight surrendered becomes a prison. The watchers watched closely. Uh, this was not this was not defiance. This was articulation. Amani faced the seekers again. There is no beard anymore, she said. There is no place that will carry what you refused to. Anger sparked in some faces, fear in others. The old man then stepped forward. Then tell us, why is he here? While pointing to Mosey. In that moment, Mosey opened his eyes. Because someone must remind you, my friend, he said, that staying is a choice. The land loosened slightly. No relief, permission, only permission. The watchers then spoke again, but this time softer. If the threshold remains, they said, it must not be worshipped. If it's replaced, the cycle resets. Amani felt the terrible clarity. She turned to Mosey. If you stay like this forever, she whispered, they will come again and again. Yes, he replied, and if you let go, the world will stumble, he said, but it will walk. What's most important? The silence failed suddenly. This was her choice. Protection or release. She stepped to him and placed her palm against his chest. I love you, she said, not what you hold. Then she stepped back. Mosey then felt it. The permission. He felt it. He exhaled for the first time in what felt like centuries. The threshold softened, not collapsing, but unfastening. The ground breathed. The watchers withdrew, not disappointed, neither pleased. Bye bye. The Beard of Kenya, Episode 29. What we carry forward. The world didn't fall apart. That was the first surprise. There was no great collapse, no screaming sky, no unraveling of land or law. The threshold loosened, the last tension released, and the world continued with its life unevenly, awkwardly, and as humanly possible. People walked away from the place where they had hoped to leave their burdens behind. Some carried anger, some people carried disappointment, some people carried relief they did not yet understand. All carried themselves. That night, fires burned across the hills, not ritual fires, but not warnings, just people cooking, keeping warm, gathering because they didn't know what else to do. Nosy sat for the first time in longer than memory could hold. The act felt unfamiliar, knees bending, his weight was shifting, gravity was reclaiming him. He placed his hands on the ground, steadying himself. I forgot how this feels, he said quietly. Amani sat beside him. You are allowed to forget, she replied. That was the whole point. He smiled faintly. Around them, the land behaved normally again. The wind moved without hesitation. The sound was carried through the ether freely. Nothing listened too closely. The age of witnesses has ended. The age of participants had begun, finally. Across the world, the same strange moment unfolded. People woke up feeling exposed, not abandoned, but visible to themselves, without a beard, without a threshold, without anything else to absorb consequence. Meaning began rebuilding from the smallest units. Families renegotiated silence. Communities argued Nosy and Damani watched the firelight flicker. I thought letting go would feel like loss, he said, but it feels like weight distributed. Amani agreed. Nothing disappeared. It just stopped concentrating. He looked at her fully. No distortion, no delay. Do you remember everything? He asked. She hesitated and said, "No, some parts of the road are gone, some faces, and some days. Do you want them back?" he asked. After a short time, while considering it carefully, she said, "No, I want what is remained." He breathed out slowly. They understood this. They understood then. This was the final choice of everything what's happening around them. Memory or forgetting, not imposed, but chosen. The Watchers didn't intervene. The world didn't pause. People decided quietly, individually, without ceremony. Some clung to history, retelling it with the fiercest detail while preserving also the details. Others let certain memories rest, refusing to let old weight define new define new days, meaning rebirth, not as truth, but as an agreement. As the dawn approached, Moses stood up again. His legs trembled, but he start. As always, I love you so much. Bye bye. The Beard of Kenya, episode 30. After the story ends, long after the threshold softened, long after the last question faded into ordinary days, the land learned something it had never practiced before. It learned to be unheld. There was no sign to mark where Mosey once stood. No stone, no scar, no memory strong enough to pull the ground backwards. Rain fell there and soaked in everything. Grass grew without hesitation. Children crossed the place without slowing, chasing one another, inventing rules and breaking them before the game could finish. This was how the world healed, not by remembering perfectly, but by continuing without ceremony. Mosey and the money walked. At first, they walked without destination. Huh? Really? Their steps were cautious, as though expecting the ground to ask something of them again. But it never did. What's most important, they crossed villages where people argued and laughed and failed quite often openly. They passed fields where crops didn't always grow. They slept in places where no one knew their names. And for the first time, that anonymity felt honest. At night, Mosey sometimes woke suddenly, heart racing, body convinced it was still holding something vast and fragile. He would sit up, press his palm to the earth, and wait for the pressure to return. It never did return any pressure back to Mosey. Amani would place her hand over his. "You don't have to stand anymore," she would say. And slowly he believed her. They spoke less about what had happened, not because it hurt, but because it no longer needed any explanation, meaning it had returned to its smallest, truest scale. A meal shared, a decision made and lived with, a mistake owned without asking forgiveness from the sky. Sometimes people told stories near fires, old stories about beer, about beards and watchers, leaned. Each teller, each teller changed it. Some made it grander, some made it crueler, some made it kinder than it had ever been. Mosey listened without correcting them. The truth no longer required guardians. One evening, as the sun sank low and the air cooled, Amani asked him, "Do you miss it?" He knew what she meant. "No," he said after a very long pause, "but I understand why people wanted it." She nodded. "It is easier to believe weight belongs somewhere else." They watched the smoke rise from a distant village, thin and ordinary. "What will they do if they forget?" she asked. He smiled then, after hearing her question. "They'll remember again," he said. "Only this time their memories will be different. The world didn't become peaceful. That was never the promise. There were still wars. Smaller, uglier, owned fully by the hands that made them. There were still injustices, argued, resisted, and sometimes repeated. But something essential had changed. No one waited for the burden to lift. They lifted it themselves or asked to help. Far from Kenya, far from where the beard once had shaped the unseen, children were born who would never know a world that leaned. They would grow up believing responsibility was normal, that love didn't require sacrifice to myth, that freedom was not weightless, but worth carrying. One day, years later, Mosey and Amani returned briefly to the hills, not because they were drawn, but because they were passing through. They stood together, watching the wind ripple across grass that remembered literally nothing. "Do you think it was enough?" Amani asked. Mosey considered the question carefully. "No," he said, "and yes." seconds, the final epilogue will start. Thank you for everyone who is listening fully to this video. Stay safe and I love you so much. Bye bye. The Beard of Kenya, a final epilogue. There are stories that end loudly. This one didn't. It ended the way breath returns after grief. Quietly, without ceremony, without asking permission, long ago, before anyone remembered why the world leaned, why the world learned to lean. Not because it was weak, but because it was tired. Just like me, I'm tired. Because weight, when carried for too long, begins to feel like punishment instead of proof of living. So the beard rose, and it came with relief, and with relief came forgetting. The beard held what the humanity wouldn't. The watchers observed what humanity couldn't face, and slowly, gently, responsibility slipped out of human hands and into myth, until one day a man stood where the world had always leaned, and a woman walked where freedom had never been shaped. Nosy didn't choose what. Nosy didn't choose to become a threshold. He stayed. Amani didn't choose to abandon the road. She returned. Together, they did not defeat gods or destroy ancient forces or rewrite reality. They did something far more dangerous. They refused replacement. They refused the idea that something else must always stand in our place. When the beard fell, the world trembled, not because it was breaking, but because it had forgotten how to stand. Freedom rushed in too fast. Memories scattered. Names slipped away. Choice became light enough to disappear. And still, no new beard was allowed to rise. Instead, humanity was asked a question it had avoided for generations. Will you carry this yourself? Somebody answered yes with trembling hands. Some answered no and walked away. Some answered later. Some never answered at all. And that, too, were still mistakes, still cruelty, still sorrow that no myth could soften. But sorrow returned to its rightful place inside human hands, human voices, and human choices. Nosy learned how to sit again, how to bend again, how to walk away from a place that no longer needed him. Amani learned how to stay without disappearing, how to love without anchoring herself to a myth. They did not become legends, they became something rarer, participants. And so the beard passed, not erased, not forgotten, but released from duty. Not everything was remembered, and that was mercy. Not everything was forgotten, and that was wisdom. The world learned that meaning doesn't arrive fully formed. It is made slowly, repeatedly, and imperfectly by people who choose to remain present even when it would be easier to hand their weight to something unseen. If you listen carefully now, you can still hear echoes, not of gods, of footsteps, people walking forward with what they can carry, something dropping it, sometimes sharing it, sometimes standing still long enough to breathe. And when they ask, who holds the world now? There is no answer, only silence, and then movement. Because the story didn't end, it became yours. Thank you for listening it. Thank you for carrying it. Check my YouTube channel for other stories if you're interested in this one. I love you so much.